shade. Nothing.
Mike the Ref Maloney, Big Bad Boris on the call here tonight. It is
Super kick.
Let go! Let go!
Let go.
Super kick party! Yeah, pay the money for that. Yes! This life is going great! Let's go!
She's healthy.
Let's go!
Is she healthy?
Yeah!
Apparently she's back.
Hey, yo, and away we go. 6 hours of wrestling coming down the pipe. And we are just about to get into it. Hello, and welcome to the AEW Wrestledream Sidecast. It was all a dream, a Wrestledream never to be seen. We got skies a clean and making things pristine. My God, we're going to have a fun time tonight. I got to admit, tonight's card, the best way I could explain it, I think sneaky good is the way to explain it best for me personally. Because if you look at things the way they're going, like if you look at the card overall, there are some great matches. Like anybody that is a regular AEW fan and is regularly watching an AEW program is definitely going to be excited about what they see tonight. But there's some matches here that just, they could really shock you. And there's a lot of what are they going to do now kind of things for the matches. And I don't mean in particular who's going to kill someone, literally here. For those that haven't checked out the card here, two of the big matches that I'm talking about personally, of course, the obvious one is the I Quit match between Darby Allin and Jon Moxley, where you literally could see a shotgun this match. I'm not even kidding. There could be a shotgun involved in this match. Because I literally think somebody might need their leg chopped off, their arm chopped off, a gun put to them. I don't even think putting a gun to them will matter. But we'll see here. I got a weird feeling Danielson or Renee might even get involved. If Renee gets involved, that's pretty low. If it's Brian involved, I can sort of understand. That's why you would say I would quit. Just straight up, I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to run. But that's my thoughts on it. The other one is the Hurt Syndicate versus the Demand, Ricochet and the Gates of Agony. Because I got a feeling that's going to be, like, they've done everything in a street fight lot. Like, the only difference between last time and this time is the fact that the Hurt Dynasty has to actually wear, or the Hurt Syndicate, actually have to wear tights for this one. Last time they just wore their suits out there in terms of a brawl. So, but this has been rather a genius for AEW, a real smart thing. People in there with Montreal Canadiens jerseys. Let's go. Like, not even fooling around. It's there. It's already running. Life is going good. Let me get this chat. Good evening. Hello. You're talking to, you called a work phone for Rogers. Unfortunately, it's a company phone. It's not a home phone. Thank you. It buzzed my work phone. That's why I said I had to take it. Real great start to the night here, folks. Scam callers. Hey, Nats, how you doing tonight, sir? I saw hopping around Rez's stream there for a little bit. I do a lot of lurking during the day. I don't talk a whole lot. I should get in the habit of talking a little bit more. I love Rez, too. He's such a great guy. Sucks what's going to happen in the next 2 days. I want to think the Blue Jays are going to make the World Series, but they're just one move away from getting spanked every time, and it hurts. But, yeah, just like I was saying, the demand and the Hurt Syndicate. Ugh. Why bring in Brandon Little? You know what? Sometimes you just got to make a call. I actually wasn't watching the last part of the game last night. I had it on sort of a side screen. I was here with Zodiac earlier. I was here hanging out with Zodiac for our online GM. Got about 10 weeks of it done here. And I looked off the corner of my eye and saw I had the scoreboard put up for the game. And yeah, it just showed the 4 runs. And I'm like, well, this one's done. Oh my God, Pac's wearing tights. He's turned babyface again. It's so funny because people were so pissed off about Pac's gear that he looked like he was a trading athlete. This is on TNT for the first hour, Nats. Then it switches over to pay-per-view. It's actually a very smart move by AEW. Yeah, it'll be on TNT, or if you're in Canada, it's the USA channel, the one that normally Collision's on. Very smart move by TK. I was reading over some of the explanation about all this and how things are going on, and it's very smart. So, AEW is responsible for providing 4 hours of entertainment a week. So during the pay-per-view weeks, rather than losing these 2 hours on Saturday night, what they do is they actually take an hour Collision, push it to Wednesday, and then have Saturday be the 1 hour pre-show, right? Or the Tailgate Brawl, as they're officially calling it now. Having 4 great matches on TV before we get into a 9-match pay-per-view, that's gonna be it actually is a rather ingenious move if you ask me, because I know a lot of people poo-poo on cable television and it's going down, and let's face it, in many ways it is, but it also allows you to get more eyes on your product regardless, right? So I mean, why not? It's just gonna be a place for a stupid movie that aired a million times. Yeah, pretty much. Oh my God, Conglomeration got their own Tron. A Saved by the Bell Tron. Let's go. Roderick wants his own Tron. The Pop Ferrari. Let's go. I do love the new graphic, by the way. That's because it's over on TNT, Zodiac. This is technically Collision for this week. So, if you're trying to watch the YouTube portion, it's just the talking heads talking about the show tonight, so... Saw socials last night. CM Punk face Shinsuke in Japan. Yeah. And Ishii wake up. Orange got a new shirt. Looks like everybody's going to start paying. By the way, Jay, quick, good to see you here. The AEW Live YouTube chat doesn't know that well. I don't know what to tell you, but maybe it's a little faux pas from AEW, but I know you mentioned that over to Nick, and yeah, you know what? A match like that would literally break the internet, especially if it's title for title. Because what are they going to do? Put the WWE Women's Championship on... Yeah, I believe it was the tweet you put up about that, right? Nick responded, or it was on Blue Sky, one of the two. I go through a lot of socials. But If they could do that, like, what would you do? You put the TBS championship on Stephanie and she has to show up on... There's two things I think are going to happen. One of two things that I think are going to happen here on the pay-per-view when it comes to Mercedes. And I was going to get into this a little later during the women's match, but that's okay. We'll do it now. It's either going to be the IWGP World Champion Fury, who has been working at AEW. She worked the the gauntlet match for Allin, the Casino Gauntlet. She worked that. Then she got injured. Go figure. And Mercedes wins, setting up a match at Wrestle Kingdom. There you go. Got to get the dynasty. No, Bazilla is not champion. You can either do that. By the way, hi McG, good to see you here. Good to see everybody filing in here. We're having a ton of fun here. If you guys aren't watching on TNT or the USA and Canada right now, make sure you get over there. Because right now, the AEW YouTube channel is basically the talking heads talking about the show tonight. We actually have wrestling going on right now with the Death Riders taking on the Conglomeration and Roddy Strong. Or as most people call it, the Conglomeration. So, my first pick is Shuri, which makes a lot of sense. The other one, and I think this is a little bit of long-term storytelling, and I did start talking a little bit with it with Get the Tables on X. If it ends up being someone like maybe Athena, and Athena actually wins the title off Mercedes and takes her back down to 9. Because you got to remember, tomorrow night, and this is why I noticed that as you're going through the advertising for the WPW show tomorrow, you knew that the title match was going to be, the title match involving Mercedes there was not the main event, and that now it makes a lot more sense why. So there's two things happen if you have Athena go out there. Either Mercedes gets title number 11 with the ROH title, which, forgive me, I think, yes, Tony Khan actually reposted it saying that it will be a title for title match, Nick G. So, yes, this will be a double title match, whoever comes out. If Mercedes loses to Athena and Athena wins the TBS championship, you have Mercedes go out and beat Jody Threat tomorrow, get back to 10, and I want Mercedes actually, it might not happen at Full Gear, but maybe even at World's End. My God, I got to get these pay-per-views straight. At World's End, you have her challenge Statlander and win the title there. And get your 11th championship for an AEW main title. Renee on Prime is playing the Mox Darby thing. You know what? Do you blame her? Like, I'm good. All right, chat. Death Riders are in the ring. Let's get to this here. How does the I Quit match end? My opinion, there's only two ways you're going to stop it here. One, Renee gets in harm. Yeah, but if Darby dies, he doesn't quit. There's three ways. Sorry, let me correct myself. Zodiac, you're sort of piping into the right way here. You got A, Renee gets in danger. She's doing the my husband's going too far. How much is enough? We have a child together. Yeah. So you could have Renee there getting involved. And Renee basically telling John to stop, but he stops. You have the Death Riders attacking Danielson and forcing Darby to quit. That's number 2 option. Number 3 is the lame one where the referee stops it because there's no response. But would Mox quit even if Renee got involved? That is $1 million question. The only thing I could say about that, Jay Quick, and it sort of makes sense after you go for it for a bit. I personally think that whether she's involved or not, she actually takes a couple months off. Like, if she gets involved in this match one way or the other, if Mox quits or doesn't, you still see her. Hear me out. Renee gets involved. Mox starts to question if he went too far. Death Riders turn on Mox. I like that. I like that, McGee. I like that. I love your thinking here, guys. I love the storytelling you guys have here. Because in many ways, if you look at it, now with Pac returning, Claudio basically coming out by himself on Wednesday for his matchup. Like, you still got the victory, but at the same time, not having any help from anybody on the team. Here's the other thing about it, though. And yeah, there you go, Jay Quick. That's an outlying factor I thought of. Bring out Sting to make Darby quit. You could just imagine how things go there. Like, I think it's very creative, whatever they're going to end up having to do here, because Cassidy trying to go for a friggin' DDT. Wow. Cassidy getting that kind of transfer. Like, you don't expect Cassidy to do anything like that. Death Riders join Darby and they climb Mount Everest together.
Timeout.
That's a little bit too far. But if the Death Riders turn on Mox, I don't think you need a leader. I really don't think you need a leader. If you did need a leader, I would almost like to see Pac. Marina, that would actually be a very good choice too, but what the we literally had Claudio there. Claudio literally did a no-hands airplane spin, turned it into a Argentine backbreaker, basically, no, actually not an Argentine, just an RKO, a TKO. Of course, they can't use the name TKO for a move anywhere, right? Because if you don't want to hype up the enemy, of course. And I'm sorry, I'm just calling it straight up. It is an enemy now. Thanks to our friend Andrade right now, which I really wonder where AEW legal is on all this when it comes to Andrade. And I know we were going to get into it a little bit more later on, but like the sentiment from most people in that whole situation, it just seems that all the I's weren't dotted, T's weren't crossed, and things weren't figured out. And Jay Quick, to your quick comment there about Claudio, that is a very smart choice. Like the one with the most experience, of course, you'd think would be the leader. To me, it feels like Claudio would be more like the big soldier that everybody wants to see. It's not necessarily he doesn't necessarily want to lead, but he wants to be the top soldier, if that makes sense. Like, I could see Yuta. If they were truly going to do a 2.0 and get rid of Claudio, maybe I could see Yuta leading. But I don't see Claudio being that, like, don't get me wrong. He has a great personality, he has a great promo, but I don't feel. Side quits, man. Oh, Jay Quick, I think you probably put the most obvious statement of the night up on the board. It's going to be bloody, it's going to be violent, it's going to be vicious, to say the least. But yeah, the whole Andrade situation does feel sus to me, Big G. And I really hope that it does go to that level where it needs to be going to courts to get figured out. And you know what? That might hurt AEW a little bit too on some of their stuff, but I think they're pretty airtight and they're pretty smart on these things. So I just saw PJC, and I wanted to bring this up, and I know we're in the middle of the pre-show right now, but I've already talked to you guys about the reasoning why they do this show. It's to get their 4 hours of airtime, and the fact that TNT's going with it, that they're doing it as a pre-show, allowing them to move to another spot on the night. The reason you continue to do the show on YouTube or Amazon, like Amazon has their show running right now. I could flip over to it right now. The reason you do that there is to make sure the signal's working properly. If you have any issues with the signal, you take care of it in the first hour. You don't have a situation like you had at Death Before Dishonor. Which, by the way, I got my month of October free for Ring of Honor this month because I paid for that. I had the Supercard of Honor. I had the subscription down, but during Death Before Dishonor, so. There's no way Andrade would have shown up if he knew he had a year no compete, but also how is that legal? You can't work for a year after. There is a clause in there saying that you can't. Basically, it's supposed to be a big punishment for when you. So you don't break the rules, right? But I said it before and I'll say it again. In many companies, and I haven't had to take a drug test for work ever. I think in our company we've had 2, and that's back when marijuana was still illegal. And we had a couple staff members coming to work high. Which, if you know grocery retail, that isn't exactly the worst thing in the world. But the one thing I do know is in many of those contracts, failure to provide a sample can be considered a failed test. I wonder if Andrade did that. Well, everything that went on, and Claudio just said, nope, we ain't doing this. And Claudio just said, nope. Damn. By the way, chat, could I just throw one quick comment in here? And this is just straight up me being a pissed off guy that, you know, when I hear stupid comments, and when they get fixed, I don't get to hear any talk back about it. There are 4 women's matches tonight. 4. If you didn't know, there was another one that was added today or last night at the CMLL show. It's an open challenge by Mercedes Moné for any champion to break the record. So not only that, we have Statlander and Storm. We have Tekla and Jamie Hayter. And we have the tag team match on the pre-show here. The Goddess Bangers and Willow and Harley. Harley Willow. I don't know. We'll have to come up with some cute name for that there, but yeah, we got 4 women's matches. Everybody, you only have 2 women's matches. Yeah, it's no fair. They've doubled it. It's 4 now. I know it's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it was. Well, everybody's throwing out finishers now. Oh my God, Ishii just killed Pac. The Busaiku knee. Ishii taking another damn pin again. Damn it. Ugh. All right, Death Riders won. Mox is losing. Main show. Isn't that the way it works? Oh, I haven't had a chance to watch this documentary here from yesterday. But what do you guys think about this story about having Joe and Hangman go? It's like, it's not. Let's face it, it's not the most sparkling story that you can have going into it, especially with the lack of true buildup that they've had. Like, what? It's 2.5 weeks? It's the same problem we get into with WWE lately. It's like you only get 2 weeks to build up to a championship match. Sorry, I just got to fire one thing up here while I'm... It's a pre-show for everybody here, right? But I got to ask you, like, overall, like, I don't know if you guys are into Complete Murder. You might be, and that might be your highlight for tonight. What match more than anything else are you looking forward to? Like, what is your big... What's your big match that you're hoping to see tonight? Yeah, I quit. Yeah, I kind of figured Jay quit. You've won. I think you're the one who's wanted to see a lot more death matches here on AEW. Everybody's into that I quit. Yeah. Here's a question for you. Stat Daddy and Storm. Yeah. Jade, you're into the I quit too. Oh. I'm interested to see what's going to happen with Stat Daddy and Storm. I'm with you, McG, for a lot of it. You want to see Kai versus Monet? Only problem is Kai doesn't have a title. It has to be a champion. Because this is supposed to be the record-breaking night, right? So... Like I said, my personal feeling, it's either going to be Shuri from IWGP or else it's going to be Athena coming up. But Stat versus Storm will say a lot about... I thought Stat re-signed. And I thought she re-signed for a while, so... I'll be honest, I haven't been keeping up on that one, so... And I wonder if Storm finds a way to get into... No, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure, so you could be bang on here, McG. Unfortunately, I'm not the best at keeping track of those contracts altogether. There's some that I'm right on, but I'm just hearing a lot of news. And speaking of news... what about Samoa Joe coming out and saying this is his last contract as well? That we're probably looking at 2027 as his last year in wrestling. Very, very possibly. He could sign an extension and keep going. But the amazing part about it, and I was just thinking about this, one of the greatest matches to define an era for many wrestling fans. All 3 competitors will be retired by 2027. Like in the next year and a half. Christopher Daniels already retired. AJ Styles has indicated that next year is going to be his last year. And Samoa Joe saying that this is his last contract. So by 2027, the 2005 Unbreakable match might very well be it. Joe ain't done. I don't think AJ is either. They think they are, but they'll be back. Cards on the table right now, my personal belief, I do think AJ gets a run over in AEW. I do think so. I think it might be 1 or 2 years, but I don't think it'll be a very long run, but I do think it'll be a run. So, what do you guys think about the crazy news that there might be a possibility of me having to take an extra hydrate at the end of the show tonight for the sip a drink for the learning tree, I believe it's called? There's a possibility of a rumor. Yes, I know I said that very innocuously there. That Jericho might show up tonight because the one I knew that was coming. The one feud that could be coming up is who's the original guy to defeat? Who did Jericho beat to become AEW World Champion initially? It was Adam Page. Thank you for the hydrates. Oh my God, it's the frat house. You knew they were going to be in action. I thought they might actually bring somebody decent in. No, it's frat house. Griff Garrison. In the words of Brody Lee, who the hell is Griff Garrison? And Cole Carter. So, yeah, this won't take long. Are there any good, well, I guess Missouri would be, well, that might be Kansas City. Any good universities in St. Louis? Because you got to figure out where the frat house was yesterday, right? Oh, and for the just some breaking news that broke down here a little bit earlier, like literally right before I came on. I have applied for the dual streaming status for Twitch. Since the 2K is working out really well right now, I might look at doing both horizontal and vertical streams. So if you guys are watching on mobile, you'll be able to watch the stream at the same time and join in at the same time. So I would love to set things up to make it easier for you guys, for all of you to see it. But if Twitch is going to start working on this stuff, I am more than willing to work out with it. Your friend might need you later. Make sure Darby don't have an exploding barbed wire thing. Honestly, the exploding barbed wire death match might actually be a bonus compared to probably what we're going to see tonight. I'd love to see them get one more try with that match, but I don't think they will because, well, the second that match gets announced, you know what's going to happen. The internet's basically going to cave in on itself over it. Jameson, what the hell are you doing? I guess Jameson didn't want all those the front shots. I almost said back shots. That would not be for a team known as a frat house. That might not be the best thing. Well, he hit it. And the minute it gets announced, Mox will raise his hand and be like, "Put me in, Tony." Yeah, pretty much. I'm just glad that that spinning back fist connects, so Danielson doesn't have to try and sell something that isn't there. What? We have a tailgate in Boca Raton? Okay. All right, they're doing their plug shtick. If you guys didn't hear, it's at Full Gear in New Jersey next month. It's Big Boom AJ and a partner of his choosing against Trent Beretta and Rocky Romero on the pre-show. It's already been announced. Oh, there he is. There they are. All right, now we got a Pier 6 in the middle of it. Always great to get a Pier 6 brawl in the middle of it. Oh my God, he got knocked out with a tray of cookies. A tray of cookies. Bago, 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 a tray of cookies. Well, like I said, it's pretty funny that our first match for Full Gear is announced as a pre-show match. Oh, sorry, Zodiac. I'm a little behind. I'm like 10 seconds behind here. Gotta get. I'm just gonna get all four out right now. Oh my God, Harley's never looked any better. And Poison Ivy. What? Folks. If you haven't heard, really excited about this. Really more excited about this now. AEW has a deal with DC for cross promotion here from now until Full Gear. And Full Gear is actually going to be sponsored by DC. We've already seen Kris Statlander coming out as Starfire. This one's a little more obvious to everybody else. Harley and May, yeah. Honestly, this is actually a very good pick for these two. Penelope looks like she's going to smack that camera with that hammer. Now, do we get something on the other side? Nope, just regular costumes, it looks like. Which isn't the worst thing in the world either, but Harley is wearing Willow colors. She's usually in black, but yeah, the blue and the pink, that's Willow Nightingale colors. I love that interview last week. If you guys didn't get a chance to see it, they were just talking about it. Harley's like, yeah, I know what FTR. They're talking about the FTR gods, and I know what FTR stands for. Feel the wrath. So they know too. All right, hear me out, chat. I know we were talking about not having interim champions or hopscotching the title at all. Kicking off in okay, sorry, I missed it because I was too busy yapping. It wouldn't surprise me if they kick off in a few weeks. The main event, or they get crowned either at Full Gear or at World's End. Ah, yes, Harley sponsored by iDrink, so this match has to be. Oh, okay. Stuff that we pretty much figured out anyway. They've made it official. Nobody allowed at ringside for for Jamie Hayter and Tekla, which as soon as that bell goes, everybody's coming down. Harley, can you keep the dancing up like that? Careful. Granted, I've been using springs for the opening of the match, so I don't know how much careful I can say myself. So, no, it's nice to see. Like I've talked about it before. Teams having matching gear, teams looking like they actually are coexisting. Now, here's a question for you: with the relation between Australia, New Zealand, and that area of the world down there, you guys remember when Kris Statlander said that she had a partner for Harley? What if that's how you bring Dakota Kai in? Or Evie, or whatever name she's going to use now. If that was maybe who they were referring to and not Willow, I could see. Here's the storyline that goes for me here. Harley gets all ready to go up with Willow, and Stat says, no, I didn't have you planning going with Willow. Here's your partner. You have Kai show up. Willow's pissed because she never got the memo in any of this, and she was ready to go for the tag titles. She goes after Statlander and ends up winning at Full Gear. Because let's face it, Willow Nightingale is the AEW World Women's Champion. To me, that's just a no-brainer. And then from there, you can go back and even play the story up. If Athena ends up winning the title tonight, doing the TBS title tonight, and they go through that whole story of trying to get that 11th title around. If Willow's the world champion, Willow Mercedes is. Remember how Willow became the IWGP World Champion because Mercedes broke her ankle in that match between the two? They can run that back now and sort of play off the history of that and try to go there. Willow turns it, her partner becomes Marina after Statlander gets Harley a new partner. That would be fun. Watching Bama, Tennessee. I really don't know which way to cheer for that one. The only reason I don't like Tennessee is because Bruce Pearl was there, and he... Let's just say if you look up Bruce Pearl recruiting violations, he's famous for a lot of stuff. And, well, everybody hates Bama. So, you can roll Tide right off a cliff as far as I'm concerned. But that's beside the point. I was going to say that's not worried about Nick Saban in that case. So, love Bane and Penelope's gear. Absolutely. And we are getting a DC crossover for the next month here. So, only one don't hate Bama is Conrad Thompson. Well, he manages to work with so many guys that he probably doesn't hate anything. I used to be that way. Then the bitterness just came to me. It just started flowing. It's like an essence. No, I'm with you, Zodiac. I want to see where we go further with this. Sucks that Swerve isn't here so he can do the Static Shock. I'll throw the obvious one for everybody. I want you guys in the chat, and this, you know, your help might come into a possibility of a video, like one of the 3 videos I have working on that I might actually get off my ass and finally finish. Wonder Woman, Catwoman, Supergirl. Go through the women's roster and identify who would be those 3. Because we already got Ivy and Harley. I just got that. Why would you give Harley Quinn to Penelope instead of, you already have your own Harley? Yeah. Wonder Woman Sky Blue? I could see that. I could see that very well. In terms of Catwoman, if we were going to go Marvel, I'd say Spider-Woman would be Tekla, but that would just be too easy. Catwoman Anna Jay, all right, but with the amount of agility, I could see that. And feel free to throw out different answers if you want, because I'm just trying to think about it myself. Like, you almost get an essence of Supergirl out of Jamie Hayter in a way. Granted, she's pretty much Austin Powers in a female sense, but McGee, you just nailed it right on the head there. You just nailed it right on the head. That is perfect. Stat is Batwoman? I could see that, definitely. By the way, this has been a project I've been working on for about 6 months. It just, when you don't have the, I'll just call it straight out, depression is real, folks. It doesn't help with your focus very much. Willow not fooling around. She don't even have to run into those clotheslines. Just, nope, you're going down. You know what's really weird out of this? Unless they're going to run right into the pay-per-view, we're getting FTR Jet Speed. We're getting FTR Jet Speed that might even open the show at this point. Like, you know, carry over into the pay-per-view. I've always been wanting to do that. No, it's a different kind. I could get into it another time here on stream, but this is too good of a night to do that. So, but thank you, I appreciate it, Nats. I'm just being straight up why I haven't got more videos up, because I really want to push more content out. Wow, that is a nice double team maneuver there. Oh yeah, Zodiac, don't worry. We talked about it during the entrances here. DC and AEW have a sponsorship right now, and DC will actually be sponsoring Full Gear in New Jersey next month. That was announced during Sweeps Week at the beginning of September. During the big preview week or whatever, where they show all the new shows that are coming up. So, yeah, we do have this is the second and third crossovers that we've had. The first one, nobody really noticed because nobody said anything. Statty's first outfit that she had as AEW World Champion, she was supposed to be coming out of Starfire. So, and of course you got Swerve that was coming out of Static Shock, which is great. It's going to be interesting to see the Blood and Guts teams. Yeah. That's why I'm surprised that they announced that they're going to be starting the tag tournament in a couple weeks. I would say you get through Blood and Guts first. Well, that was some payback for a boot right in the face. Like, I honestly feel that the teams are pretty much set up for what they're going to be. I think there might be only 1 or 2 spots left to pick. Victory roll, didn't get the pin. Oh, that's going to suck. All right, Penelope, you're in the ring by yourself. This is on you now. Oh, Penelope just said, nope, we ain't going there. Penelope trying to get that gut buster in, and it just didn't work. Even you listen to Excalibur there. He was trying to sell it, but he couldn't do it that well. I love that. A hammerlock Saito. A hammerlock Saito. That's actually pretty cool what she did there. Oh, and here comes Penelope. Good night, Dr. Bomb. So they've left running time just under 10 minutes for FTR Jet Speed. Like, excuse me? I do like the sign in the crowd there. $20 for a photo for the Bucks. Yeah, they are dipping the commercial real quick here. So, for those that are asking, those that are wondering, I did purchase the show on Amazon, so I will be watching it on there. What do they start with? I'll be honest, I think they start with Jet Speed FTR. I think this is going to blow into the main show. This is going to be a Heidi moment where you got to watch what's the conclusion of this matchup up on pay-per-view? If you guys aren't familiar with the Heidi game, it's all sports have now come up with a rule now that you have to play out your game on TV before they switch over to anything else. There was a Monday Night Football game with the Raiders and the Jets, I do believe, and it was going back and forth. It was a very close game right up until the end, and then there was one last drive. And as that drive was beginning, it hit the top of the allotted time that they had. Like, I think they get 3 hours or something. So back then, they didn't know what to do. So what they did, they cut the feed and they went straight into Heidi, the movie. Sounds like a very TNT thing to do these days, but no, that's exactly what happened there. So now, ever since, they now have what's called the Heidi rule, which is a concept that all sports broadcasting should go to the conclusion of their show, their event, and then you could just work from there. This also happened with DDP and Goldberg. I believe it was Halloween Havoc 97. No, Starrcade 97, sorry. Their title match went over the allotted 3-hour time limit that pay-per-views were given. So eventually what they had to do is pretty much refund everybody who bought the pay-per-view and they showed the match free on Nitro the next week. So, if you want to talk about colossal failures by different franchises, that was one of WCW's biggest blunders. So, unfortunately, that's, yeah. But yeah, getting into this last match here, FTR and Jet Speed, like, you could give these guys 25 minutes. I don't think anybody would complain whatsoever. And this is sort of how you get your 9.5, 10 matches on the card. Because right now we're at 9 matches for a 4-hour pay-per-view, which, let's face it, with AEW, we never have a problem with the quality of the matches on there. Makes you really wonder how they time this show out this way if they're not going to run it in the main show. What is that gear they have on? Short ball, can't get any hose. Eh. Yep, Toni just brought it up. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to open the card with a match that was on the pre-show. This is an experimental thing that I think I personally feel if you're going to have a match like this is what you do for the audience at home. You want to convince them to watch the show? Put your first commercial break as a transition over to the pay-per-view. Then after their match is done, you can do all your openings and all that stuff. I know TNA did it a couple times in their early years when they had their monthly pay-per-views. Did you guys see the interview that Dax did with talking about Jet Speed this week? They said the one person, the younger person that they wanted to work with, Kevin Knight, is that because he is the future of the business. Yeah, we knew they weren't going to wait. This is the second match on the card that we are getting a quick jump. Quick tag right off the bat. I don't even know if the match is legally started because there's... Unfortunately, FTR's had both men in the ring throughout the entire match. I really don't want... I don't want to miss any of this match, but I know I got to flip over. Yeah, they're taking their time. This is going to go straight into the pay-per-view. Either that or they go fight around the building and get counted out. Could you imagine them cutting it off in like a 2-second match? Meltzer's rating on the match will be -3. Yep, there they go. Nah, they're gonna end up throwing this match out. It almost seems obvious here at this point. Once again, everybody, if you're checking the show out, whether you're checking it out on YouTube, whether you're checking it out on Twitch, live or on demand, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me here. So, in terms of clockwise, I am about 20 seconds ahead of the timer on the screen, so... See, if you're watching on HBO Max at the pay-per-view, you get to go straight through. Us Canadians don't get that privilege, so... If they get down to 30 seconds, I'm just going to switch. Oh, damn. Sam Rivers, a Limp Bizkit pack. Dang. All right, we're going to have a pause spot here, so I'm going to change it over. Death always sucks. Let's just... Don't worry about being a downer. We've had many a downers. All over the place here, but... Hell, I'm a hell of a downer half the time, so... Come on, TV. You know you can do this. I will say, doing everything through the Roku app actually does help quite a bit. It's been for a lot of music, right? Not just... Come on, watch live. Of course, they got a fight on. Oh, there we go. Now it's switched over. All right, we're good to go. Yeah, like a lot of the classic bands. Ha! TK just said, "Fuck it, we're doing the pyro now in the middle of a fight." What do you guys think of this? Sorry, I hate to change subjects real quick on somebody's death, but what do you guys think of this? Literally, if you haven't been watching the TV, and literally it just pops into the pay-per-view right now with this match going the way it is. I appreciate the hot start right off the way. You know what it feels like? You know, you watch these streams of universes of WWE 2K25 and they they didn't record the first half of the match. Well, we know what match you're starting with. No, going back to my earlier thought about that, like, I'll be honest, Limp Bizkit isn't a band that I listen to a lot. But I know a lot of people did. But the return to, like, I was gonna say 80s music, but fuck, I'm old. It's a lot sooner than that. 2000s music. Because for many people, it's considered... Knight knew he couldn't get all the way across, so he hopped off and just did the quick jump over. Didn't look like a flub there. But no, it is pretty awesome to see all these bands making a return again. Because hell, I listen to a lot of Amy Lee and Evanescence myself, which is somewhat older music too. So, but that's the double-sided problem with this, right? You start enjoying the older bands and you start realizing the mortality of it all. God, do I love a good Sky High. Bailey and Knight, if they could set this up here, this very well could be a Brodito fight coming up. Oh. Oh, God. Gory bomb right into the apron. That's got to suck. He's not tapping. He's facing the wrong way. Come on now. We know this. Now, I wonder if any matches get taken back in time. I really do feel... I do like this. Me as a kid, why can adults listen to new stuff like Limp Bizkit? I hate Rolling Stones. Me as an adult. Oh, wow, Limp Bizkit's on tour. It's true. It is so true. And, of course, Cash has to... The hell? Shatter Machine out of nowhere. That is the first time that Mike Bailey's hit that move. Bailey has yet to hit that move in a match until now. The top rope Meteora. Bailey going to work here. Bailey looks pissed. Dax getting the shine here right now. I love it. Dax getting his right hand hurt there on that fist. By the way, Zodiac, if I haven't mentioned it earlier, happy birthday to your son. Oh my God, we got a slap fight. Putting more fight in than the Oilers did today. Ugh. Dax just said, nope, I ain't taking that. Let's go. I love how people are like, "Oh, this sucked." This not finishing the match on the pre-show, it means people that didn't buy the pay-per-view don't get to watch the finish. That's exactly the freaking point. You know what this word? There's a weird thing in this world. Stoke, you fucked up. They tried to make it good, but you fucked up. Stoke didn't pull the ankle when he was supposed to. Hey, Michael, good to see you in here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the compliments. Once again, everybody, as we head into our main card, thank you for being here. Don't forget to tell your... I feel like Jet Speed 1. Fortunately, they pulled the Bobby Heenan WrestleMania 5 Rude Warrior finish. Go for the suplex, and Stokely missed the ankle, grabbed the ankle. Let's see, in the kids in the crowd, the AEW events, yeah. Like, AEW is going to be a long trip. It's not a short one. It's an excursion to get AEW to the level that it needs to be. Darby reintroduced. Oh, guaranteed. This fight could end up going outside. I just love the fact that, I love watching people get pissed that they missed the end of this match. And once again, another one, like, this is all about troll killing here. Not only did they put the end of this first match on the main show, they also have 4 women's matches over the 5 hours tonight. Yes, I know it's not 6 or what they really deserve, like a 50-50 kind of deal or a 60-40, but TNT did show the whole thing. Oh, it went black and then came back. Okay. That makes sense. But up in Canada, I believe it got nixed. But I'm just pissed off. I'm like, guys, really? There's a reason why they do these shows. Into Batman Dark Knight, that's fair. Sam, okay. This really is a very significant interview coming here. This is awesome. I This is awesome. This is a really feel good moment. Well, I'll give my thoughts on the match here in just a moment. Toni didn't work for Lou. Toni was quite often in the. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the internet and whatnot, but AOL chat rooms. My God, Tekla's getting the Halloween treatment here. Got the spider webs up on the wall and everything. Gotta love that. Oh, Shivani. Oh, did he work for Lou? Probably. They're both as old as dirt. Was there a spider-related gimmick in DC? I'm just trying to think, because obviously Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, all those. Was there a Lady Arachnid? I love the stage. The little tribute to St. Louis. And the fact that it's very, like, I've never been a big fan of the fancy big stage and everything. I would rather see everything compressed, shrunk down, and give the opportunity for more people to watch. The light center stage remind me of WCW. Yeah, I can see that. It is no coincidence, I believe, that the wife of Lou Thez got here and got her interview in right before the women's match here to open the show. Aw, and get the nice hug in. Addicted to the WCW vault. Hey, I will say when it comes to the WCW vault, when it comes to the WWE vault and all these new channels that are popping up with the deletion of the WWE network and soon to be the devoltion of Peacock in the States. Remember, folks, we're only a year and a half away from Peacock, the Peacock contract coming up too. So, which I got a heavy feeling that Peacock's just not going to be a thing anymore for wrestling there. There, but when you're talking about those channels, whether it be the WWE Vault, WCW Vault, ECW Vault, they all have. There's a lot of great stuff, but there's also a lot of crap. It's with any promotion, right? Like the problem is when you're dealing with a promo machine the way that WWE is, they're not going to let you know that there was any bad matches in the Attitude Era. Where if you actually go back and watch a lot of the Attitude Era Raws, SmackDown, even the pay-per-views, but especially Raw and SmackDown, like you'd have 2 or 3 good segments, and the other 10 would just be shit. There you go. That's exactly. Damn sure they can't air some nitros because, well, I'm able to separate man versus what he did, so I get the same feeling, so. And the fact that, we'll never get a pay-per-view in Edmonton again because everybody will bring that up. But no, as we're going through this, I'm actually really excited. This feud here between Tekla and Jamie Hayter was supposed to be the original feud for Jamie. The Attitude Era was very of its time, yeah. A lot of. When you were living in that era, there was a lot of throw shit at the wall and see See what comes up. Yeah, well, the thing about Jamie and McGee, I'm with you here. The thing about these ladies here, they both, like they both grew up in different areas. Like Jamie, of course, is from England. Tekla's from Austria. But both of them cut their teeth and really grew as personalities and as wrestlers in Stardom. Oh my God. Correction, old lady Thez started grabbing her arms. Personally think ruthless aggression was better. I'm not going to doubt you. In cohesion, I love how Nigel was trying to get the word cahoots out and couldn't get cahoots out properly. Yeah, when Heyman booked SmackDown, like, oh God. Sorry, McGee, I'm jumping all over the place. We got to go back here. When you're talking about these two ladies, they got their start in Stardom. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to watch a lot of Stardom work. I highly recommend if you can get the video on demand service from them. I think it's like $10 a month. Pick it up. The way they wrestle on those shows, like we're talking about people hitting hard right now. They are absolutely annihilating the piss out of each other. The Stardom train matches, oh. Oh, God. Wow. Holding back the hand. I'd slap her. If I was the old lady, I'm going to slap her next time she comes around. Nigel getting himself over the crowd again. No, do yourself a favor if you get, like, I know economy's tight these days, and trust me, I'm in many ways feeling in a lot of ways here. That's why I always appreciate any sub, whatever, prime or regular sub that comes in. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Time is at 6. I'll do that for that. There you go, folks. Once again, I forgot to do that earlier. I said I'd do it for each one of these pay-per-views. If you are interested in helping out with some subs, they are 30% off if you donate $5. Not necessary, but, you know, if I can help you guys out in any way to help me out,
do it.
just having you guys here as we're hanging out chatting about wrestling, it just that helps me out a lot here because I really do enjoy hanging out with all of you. But yeah, just Tekla, if you haven't heard, she's run England, she's run Stardom. She actually got, if you didn't know the end of the story when it came to Tekla and Stardom, she actually, on her way out, attacked the owner of Stardom. Physically beat the shit out of him. So they kicked her out, and she's officially banned from being there, so if you can't tell me that isn't an ultimate going away where the men are going to allow you to beat the crap out of them, in Japan, that's usually a pretty big thing, to be honest. Not using the Danielson. That's something I'm wondering about. There's no Danielson tonight. Remember at the time it was a big get for AEW? Absolutely it was. Well, here's the thing about international wrestling right now. And it sort of goes back to the whole, and I'll correlate this even with MJF here. The bidding war of 2024. In 2024, a lot of wrestlers' contracts came up because when AEW was about to start, WWE started locking people up to 5-year contracts. Just so they won't sign with the new promotion that's coming out. At the same time, AEW would do those identical contracts. So a lot of contracts came up last year, and everybody was just moving back and forth. If they wanted to. But the consequence of all those contracts coming up in 2024 means there aren't many available for 2025. And frankly, right now, I think the two biggest signings in the last 12 months, well, I guess it'd be more than 12 months for one of them. I think two of the biggest signings they've had for the women's division right now are Tekla and Athena. And both of them have done a fantastic job where they've been put. We don't know all the circumstances why Athena was put into the scene in ROH rather than being up on the main roster. It might have been personal choice. Resign, yeah, like I wasn't counting any resigns. I was counting what was left over after all the signings. Willow's signing is an absolute, godsend for AEW. Because frankly, going into the future, and chat, feel free to pipe in whoever you would think to fit this position better than I think right now. Swerve Strickland, Will Ospreay, Willow Nightingale. Those three, and I'm putting that contingent on Ospreay being able to come back. Those three will be the flag bearers of AEW going into the future. You could even add Takeshita into that. But a lot of people forget, like, Toni Storm's 26. She's not exactly, old. Toni Storm and Swerve were no question the biggest. Absolutely. What do you think about Jay White when he get? I think he could be inserted right in the main title picture right now if he wants. And there is a built-in storyline with a Hangman lined up right there. With the simple fact that Hangman could never beat Jay White without help. Jamie already knew that was happening, so. Did you guys get a chance to see the X-Post from Jay White this past week? I think it was actually yesterday. He literally just put one word. Ready with a question mark? According to doctors, which we know doctors get paid off rather easily, but apparently he's not going to be ready till the New Year's. So Jay White needs to reestablish himself. He spent too much time on the shelf. Fair. But how long does he need to do that, right? Really, how much time does he need to establish himself? Give him 2-3 good matches and he's gone. And Buddy Matthews, yeah, I'd love to see him get back. And maybe, here's a question for you, chat. And we could ask this during the tag title match. Does Bandito get punted or do they work as a trio? with Bandito and Brody King. My personal feeling is they could work as a trio, but think he moves on like Julia? That wouldn't surprise me. I saw a couple of the influencers, wrestling influencers, I think is the best way to put it, suggest maybe Brody turn heel, but I don't think he'll ever will be. I think he's been a bit of an anti-hero at times, but I don't think he'll be a heel. Oh, God. I was going to say, there's no way you can tap out to this. Brody will always be an anti-hero? Yeah. Nobody wants to hate him. Put Buddy in ROH, let him rip it up, maybe even CMLL. Put him and Andrade as a tag team in CMLL. See how that works. Because that 1 year ban on Andrade only applies to America. It's not an international. You can't do that internationally. Which technically that means he could work for TNA as well, because TNA is technically a Canadian company. Very surprised Remsburg actually even got to 4 there. Oh, she's pulling her belt off. Let's go. See what WWE did there then, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Andrade will show up at Maple Leaf Pro. Yeah. New Japan, maybe? You know what I'd love to see? I would love to see Andrade go back to the mask for a year. They do the Mr. America gimmick for Andrade, but in real life. Make him up a fake ID and everything. Just, change his name. Oh, look out. Here we go. And the haterade. Jamie gets the win. Wow. I think that's the first time Tekla's been pinned in AEW. Because she lost the 4-way, but she never got pinned. All right, Triangle Madness, where are you? Let's go. Let's go, sisters. Let's go. There they are. No, they're not even going to do it. All right. All right. Anybody want to donate some money to the cause here on this match here? They need $500,000 to make up for this. TK and his money matches. This is going to be a lot of fun, but it's under that category that I was talking about earlier. It's a match that I honestly feel did not get enough story behind it. Like the Bucks barely showed up. Like, I think it was the one time after the trios match. So then they started facing off with Kenny. I'm actually very surprised that Kenny isn't out here tonight. Do you think Kenny shows up in this match? Like, we were talking about it last week where Kenny might join with the Elite and get the Elite back together again. Question, do we want to see it? And two, do we see it? I do. They kind of hinted at that. Yeah. Oh, God. Horizon Virtual Reality. Ha! They turn the Jumbotron into an ATM. Hashtag broke bucks. The $32.17 bucks. They could really use this win. I love the graphics, guys, so much. That is awesome. That's a lot of spent on miscellaneous. Absolutely. Everybody's got their money at ringside. Everybody's pulled out their dollar bills. I love it. So you think the Bucks have to win this, right? I also do wonder what the miscellaneous was. Chat, what do you think the miscellaneous was for the Bucks in terms of what they spent? They are married, so I don't think hookers and blow would be the case, but I think the happiest person or the happiest people that Jurassic Express got together would be Bananarama. Because they get their money now for every time this song's played. Love all the font and presentation. Is it SNES squares off an RPG font and blue back? Yeah. It looks straight out of like a Final Fantasy game. Or there you go, Squaresoft. So. First thing that popped into my head was like a Final Fantasy thing. But yes, you're the expert on that, of course, with the Retro Hangover and such. And if I do remember, Fear is what you guys are talking about tomorrow. Zodiac, I think that's what you mentioned last night. FEAR, the game. There you go. Yep. So if you guys aren't signed up for the Spotify for the Retro Hangover or the Apple Play, if you're a sucker, sorry, I had to get it out there. I'm a sucker for using Spotify, so. As long as I plug in the right place, I have never had problems with plugs, sir. You take that one whichever way you want. I remember. That's a callback I forgot. Jurassic Express's tag run ended with the Bucks. And don't worry, I'm more than happy to send any plugs out that anybody has for anything they have. I'm a sucker that can't be sold, but I give away, I don't sell. I'm sort of like the Bucks when, people start putting moves on them. That's a lot of K-tape underneath the armpit there. So that indicates to me that there might be some rib issues. I haven't heard anything about Nick Happ being injured or whatnot, so. Perry just looks like he looks so in control and so happy right now. Look, the fact that he's been off for over a year, like, it was pretty much a year, and they couldn't figure out what to do because the scapegoat just, it worked for what it needed to be, and then it just didn't work. The fact that he got to stay home and build knives and axes, and if you guys haven't seen some of the custom knifeware that he's done, he does some really good work. I love Nick. I love this crowd with Nick. Oh, God. Going up over to... Oh, God. Here we go. Trying to do flashy moves with a brick house like Luchasaurus just doesn't seem like a good choice. Oh, God. I haven't seen this one before. I have yet to see that happen before. As a cheap move like that, that is a nice distraction play. My God, the Express are just running right now. Oh, God. Standing moonsault out of nowhere. Let's go. I want to see Mrs. Thez and what she has to say about this one. I bet you she ain't around there now. Nope, that seat's gone. You can see right at the top left of the screen. Ha! That's funny. Like, you guys really tried to go after Luchasaurus, and now you're just getting drilled. Man, watching this kid grow up is just amazing. Like, if you guys didn't know, and I know I brought it up here a few times on the channel, I got the opportunity to, well, at least hear of it. But just hearing the good things before anybody else got a chance to. I love this sign. We are going to beat the piss out of you. Into the ad break right now. Oh, God. I was going to say, you guys got to do something to them quick. Oh. Jungle Boy's going to have to be the one that gets isolated in this matchup. That's pretty much a foregone thing here. I love the crowd. They just yell broke at him. Broke, 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 broke. They had the trios match, so working with Omega isn't exactly a bad thing. Come on now. I really like the fact that they just got rid of the EVP status and everybody just knows them as a great tag team. It almost feels like at the end of this, they're probably just going to have to sign a new contract. Uh, ah, oh, trying to go after Shivani and the marriage thing. There we go. There's the double down spot. Now we got to get the tag. Insaguri, but he's further away from the corner now. No, as we're getting into this, like, it doesn't feel like the matches are over length or anything so far, at least. Like, we've had two, right? And I find it funny that I say that, even though we literally had one match go over from one show into the pay-per-view. Luchasaurus just knows that there ain't going to be a tag right now. There's no sitting like a wounded animal. Just take your time. You don't have to get up there if you're not going to get the tag. Oh, wow. Buck's coming up with new offense, stuff I haven't seen them do before. I do like the Lakers gear, by the way. It's sort of a Vegas type gear, but with the logoing on it, but it's got the purple and gold. Oh, you have no money. Oh, you have no money. Shivani's like, oh, we got the money? No, 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 no. Shivani, you got to get those ears cleaned out, my friend. I do love an AEW crowd. They can get stupid at times, but by God, when they're on, they do a fantastic job. Little meeting in the middle. Oh, here we go. Powerbomb time. No! Hell of a reversal. Into the nuclear tag. Of course, Knox has got to get in the way. A Bradley Beal. It's not just a Beal. I do take a bit of an atonement for having it called a Bradley Beal. Because if it's called a Bradley Beal, that means there's no effort on it. He actually brought up Christian Cage out of all this. Oh no, we're doing BT trigger here, I think. Really? And a kip up while holding the choke slam. That is impressive. And the tail whip. Oh my God. Nick threw a little extra flip into that one. This is over. No. Kicked out of the Juraxis Express finisher. I'm impressed. Nice little cutter there. I love the combination move there. That was a lot of fun. But I was saying earlier, I did get a chance to see a lot of the stuff that Jack Perry did early in his career with Heart Legacy. A lot of video, of course. Company was shit, but having Jack in there actually was probably one of the better things they had. All right, well, that sort of hurt. You notice that he threw a German and he wasn't even hurt, even though, you know. Well, that a little bit of innovation here. I love that. No money for you. No money for you, sir. No, it's actually interesting the fact that the Bucks are like the second on the card. Let's take the pre-show match off and we'll just count straight matches. This is number 2, which usually isn't meant to be that high of a, like, you want your opening match to be the hot one. Luchasaurus moves way too well for a man that size. That's why he was one of the, I think he finished top 5 in Big Brother when he was in it. Oh my God, they're doing it again. The reverse chicken. Reverse chicken. Nice kick. Nice kick. Blockbuster cutter. Oh, God. Canadian Destroyer just randomly on the apron. No, Luchasaurus, like, There is so much special about this kid. Not only has he been on Big Brother, apparently he is a scholar IQ. And his agility is through the roof, just like we were talking about here. I love how they're just the pace is slowed down just a little bit here right now, and it actually works out well. He's down at ringside. He just got hit in the head with a blockbuster. Matt just unloading bombs here right now. It's like, I don't want to beat him up, but I want this money. And the thing is, Jack just literally wants to. Oh, God. Oh, God. Can anybody say thud? No way. Shout out to Kevin Steen with a package pile driver. The Bucks, Kevin Steen and Adam Cole, I do believe, were a faction in PWG. And that was one of the signature moves that they would do. The only thing I'm not sure about is the Adam Cole part, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the most famous promos that PWG ever had. But just imagine having that conglomeration right now, and I'm not talking about what AEW has. Oh, God. And as soon as he hits the trigger, and Luchasaurus, you could tell Luchasaurus just hanging out on the ringside, just waiting for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. What would a dinosaur do with $500,000? That's what I'm wondering, too. Pretty much anything he wants, honestly, but. Looking for more bang for your buck? Jesus! Jesus! Buy a lot of oil to hang with his homies? Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you a coin for that. Escalera Doomsday Device. And the Bucks just will not give up that money. I still think this chant is the biggest mistake they made in their video game. Oh, look out. Here we go. And just broke it up at the last second. Stealing other teams' finishers. Now we've gone to that mode, so we should get to the finish here fairly soon. But a hell of a good match so far. I know some people might say this might have taken a little bit too long, and I can't say I'd argue with them a whole lot. Now they get him down. All right, nope. And now you're dead. Oh my God, really? And the Bucks are like, we need that money. We need that. Surprised Rick Knox isn't upset because, you know, he's probably getting some of that money. Oh my God, what a choke slam. And a poison rod out of nowhere. Broke Bucks. We will get... I'm going to check some of your quick chat while you're here. Don't mind me. Oh, there we go. Sound. Off. So when you guys throw blurps, it's going to... For tonight, I'm just going to kick the sound off. Actually, no, I'll keep it on a little bit. What in the world? I'll just leave it for tonight. It's going to have that extra sound in there. Sorry, chat. Of course, we got to get the Callis family out here. Oh, I thought the Bucks were going to take the money. They're broke Bucks. They don't They don't have any money. They don't have any. Here comes Omega. Be surprised how little space, 100,000. Yeah. No, you wouldn't these days. The way the economy is. Well, screw you. I'm going to go help. Oh, literally physical space. Oh. Well, it depends what size bills, right? Like, I'm the guy, if I get like a $60 fine, I'm taking it all in nickels. And only because pennies aren't allowed. I still smell something funny here. Or this could be a setup to War Games. Apparently, Tony Khan has mentioned that it's probably going to be a 2-match War Games on that November 12th show, that there is going to be a men's and a women's. So we could probably do Don Callis family versus Omega, Jurassic Express, and the Bucks. We got 3 weeks. Blood and guts, yeah. Oh my God, he's throwing money in the crowd. You know, Luchasaurus didn't bring a wallet with him for some reason. Expensive toilet paper for him? I don't know. I do have to say, like, and guys, feel free to bring your thoughts in on this. The venue they got tonight, it's 6,500 person arena. I think it's actually good for their B-level pay-per-views. And Wrestledream is a B-level pay-per-view. Let's not even kid ourselves here. It's you got Full Gear, you got Revolution, you got Double or Nothing, you got All In. Those are your main 4. And All Out is essentially the 5th one, just like Money in the Bank is to WWE. Yeah, that's what tonight's all about, is celebrating Antonio Inoki with Wrestledream. That's originally why he came up with this show, so this makes sense. So they're making this a #1 contenders match. Do they? Is it just me, or is this automatically now the demand wins? Because I don't see MVP taking part in a trios title match. Maybe it's just me, but it's great that you can fight, but you can't win. I really hate the fact that they talk about, oh, we like to be hurt. Nobody likes to be hurt. Yeah, that I didn't realize this at the time. That is the first ever time that the Hurt Syndicate has been pinned as a tag team in AEW. So basically, we're getting the same damn street fight that we got last month. And literally the only difference is the fact that they're getting the Hurt Syndicate have to wear gear. So they have to take the effort to get dressed for the match. I'd love to see MVP come out in a suit and say, yeah, no, we're not, it's the Hurt Syndicate, but I'm not wrestling. This will be fun regardless because, well, these guys know how to fight. These guys know how to work together, and, well, here we go. Yeah, the demand actually going after MVP right off the bat is probably the smartest move they could have done in this match. And I think if the demand win this match, this very well could be the, I don't want to say it's the grand finale for MVP, but it could be the MVP's last match in the ring. At least for a good while. You got two guys that are bald standing side by side. What are you worried about here? We can end up getting a champ here with Samoa Joe by the end of the night here. It's not necessarily the best thing in the world, but all right, so we're setting up here. They're doing the smart thing, keeping Bobby right out of this match, so he's stuck on the outside. And there's only one guy to tag, and Shelton pretty much is working by himself right now. Well, I guess I don't even know why I'm talking about tagging. There's no tagging in this match. MVP gets in to break it up. So there's no reason for the referee to even leave the ring for this entire match. Just remember that. If anybody wants to put a post that'll go viral for AEW, should put a thing out there about most important question tonight. What would a dinosaur do with 250,000? Somebody should put out a post about anybody got cab fare for the Bucks tonight. Even I'll see if I'll see if it works. There, threw it out there. Hopefully it'll work. Be pretty cool, you know, just, you know, everybody's getting a shot at getting their stuff on TV. Oh, God. Really? Well, we know who's doing this. The demand just going nuts here. Makes me wonder if they're just going to walk over. I can't see him walking over the syndicate like this. But now MVP's all by himself, basically. He's going to cost him this match. MVP's doing everything he can, but it just seems to just be off a little bit here. But yeah, the crowd. I don't know if the crowd's just into it or not, or what. I don't know how cocky it was. He did have a leg. Maybe it was a quick leg, but he did have a leg nonetheless, I thought. No, Orange Cassidy was on earlier, Ricochet. You don't need to do those kicks like that. Well, it's the same thing I mentioned earlier. Like, we've seen this already. The only difference between this and All Out was the fact that they got to wear their gear. And also the crowd was hot, and like that match was hot, and this one is just basically good old-fashioned beatdown that we've seen before. Shelton comes flying in like a bullet. Is it still scary to anybody else, the fact that MVP's younger than Lashley? Well, MVP had to know that he was going to be the hard target of this match. 2 for 2, and you're into the post. Because Lashley's obsessed with Japan. Hey, it's true. I just want to say I'm very happy that AJ Styles got a proper send off on WWE last night from Japan, the WWE live show in Japan. The end of the night, basically, he was carried off on on wrestler's shoulders out of the ring. So this is just showing how Lashley's just such a dominant, straight up boss right now. Good old-fashioned Dominator coming up. Straight out of Ron Simmons' playbook. Lashley took it from Simmons and just made it his own and about 16 times better. Because when Farouk did it, he literally had to go up and back down. He didn't have the power to hold him up for that long. Oh my God. How long does he hold him up there? Ricochet's dead because of that, you idiots. MVP was smart that way. But I don't know what you would do for a double pin like that. Like, have they not learned what happened at Bound for Glory last Sunday? For those that don't know, there's the Call Your Shot Battle Royal that TNA had. Basically, it's a Royal Rumble style match. When they get to the last two, they actually face off in a one-on-one match. The winner of the match gets a trophy that they get to claim in basically as a Money in the Bank stipulation. Well, they ended up having Ziggles and Kaz, Nick Nemeth and Kaz as the final two. And they did one of those stupid small package double pins, both guys won deals. And the crowd just absolutely crapped on it. Oh, Jesus. Ricochet was looking to fly, but not that way. Shelton just said, yeah, no. You're going over the top. You're not going through. Oh, Jesus, no way. Jesus. I'll just... Just literally just flying like with the greatest of ease. And MVP almost kills himself on that table. Nobody thought to check on that table once it broke. They left the legs up and almost got MVP right in the chest. All right, Khan, you're dead. I'd almost get... Oh, God. You hear Ricochet there? He's like, bye-bye. This crowd knows what's coming. The ball and bomb there. Perfectly executed fisherman suplex. That was always my, when I did commentary, that was always my joke and my tribute to Kurt Hennig. Because anytime anybody hit a fisherman suplex with a pin, it's always perfectly executed. Well, that's how you break it up. Jesus. Lashley does such a spear. Oh, what do we have here? This crowd is just eating it up right now. So, just so Ricochet couldn't take the bullet? Oh, absolutely a huge showcase for Shelton. Wow. I didn't expect this. I think we talked about it at the start of the match. MVP's going to get a shot at gold. Folks, this just dawned on me. This really just dawned on me. Just throwing this out here. Bobby Lashley, Samoa Joe. Bobby Lashley, Samoa Joe. Shelton Benjamin and Shibata. Bobby Lashley and Powerhouse Hobbs. We gonna get some matchups here. I think gonna be a lot of fun. Lashley Hobbs meat feast, yeah. Meat fest. It's more of a feast than a fest, but yeah. But yeah, it'd be nice to see MVP get some gold though before he leaves. Shh. Under the category of, oh yeah, this match is on. Holy fuck, I forgot about this match. Oh my. That's what's going with this whole card here. It's like, oh yeah, we're having this match now. This one really hasn't had a lot of... I think it had a lot of pop early. But then it was just like, what, 2 promos and it was gone? I wonder if, like, hindsight's always 60-60, but, and we may never know the answer. Do you think Hologram was meant to beat Kyle Fletcher? Or was it El Clone all along that was going to wreck Hologram if he showed up? I think it's probably more likely the Hologram El Clone feud starts there, but that's why nobody knows what to do with El Clone now. So now we get to hear Don Callis for the next 20 minutes. Fun. This crowd's ready for this. Reach for the sky, boy. This crowd is loving Mark right now. And I still have to give him full credit. Mark promised when Jay passed on that he would never be in another tag team again. He'll do trios, he'll do 5s, he'll do 4s, but he won't do tags. And he's lived up to it ever since. And really, you would think it'd almost be career suicide in many ways, but no. I wonder if this is finally the night where Fletcher starts moving up. After he lost it all. Oh my goodness. I love this gear. How does it... You want to talk about pink and black attack? Well, we were all cheering until, you know... And then all of a sudden the pus bucket decides to come around the corner. Now, this will be a fun match between these two. Oh, I remember that Continental Class. That was the match that Fletcher was supposed to get a bye in first place, and he would have avoided Ospreay in the semis. I do believe that was the case. If he would have won, he would have avoided Ospreay. But as it ended up, he ended up having to face Ospreay. Or some weird permutation like that. But I'm really liking that Protostar gear. Ha! He got the new gear, and one of the buttons wouldn't pop. That's awesome. This crowd is all over Briscoe to start this matchup, and I love it. Really? Oh, for fuck's sakes, Dick Callis. He's got some lines. I'll give him that. You can't spell Adonis without Don. He doesn't even deserve the full one there. Actually, I was just quickly looking over at my phone here. Nyla Rose has a very good point. Why is the TNT title not pink yet to match up with Fletcher? To me, that would make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Everybody gets a custom title when they get the TNT title, right? Like nobody's gonna beat Jack Perry in the version that he did. Nice little back and forth for everybody. I think. So what? Okay, yeah, they're starting to bring up the Will Ospreay episode from last year too. That makes a lot of sense coming up with stuff like that, but I almost wonder who's going to take it off Fletcher. Like, I think Hobb or like I do think that Briscoe could be the guy here. Yeah, very smart move by Fletcher there. Just get the hell out of the way while things are going on here. It's funny how I pissed off a lot of trolls online this week. Somebody was commenting about the physique of Briscoe there. And my comment was, could you imagine the kids if Sky Blue and Kyle Fletcher decide to have kids, what they would look like and what they would be like? Like, those would be like the perfect kids. That's a that was good right there. Don't play the back and forth game. Just literally jump right over the top. Simon, give this an up. Yes, please, sir. One thing I can say about most pay-per-views when it comes to AEW, I don't see many reviewers giving AEW pay-per-views a thumbs down overall. they've never really had a reason to. Like, I think the closest we've ever really gotten to that, there's been two sessions. They won't bring up Mick Foley's name, damn it. I was like, no chairs, keep it legal. Yeah, shut up. You tell me Fletcher wouldn't use that chair in a second? Here we go, going at it again. He actually gave him an insecurity through the ropes. That takes some skill, not only just to get out of the ring, but to twist your body like that. Oh, this is going to suck. All right, at least the chair broke the right way. Hey, holograms in the crowd. Man, I'm surprised Callis has got a blue suit on. I thought he'd have a brown suit based on how much running he does. I honestly, when it comes to Callis, the chant from the crowd, I do and I don't like, because the chant sort of takes away from the crowd, like from the match itself, right? It sort of tells everybody that, the match isn't as exciting. Maybe we need to pick something up to focus on it. Well, that was a splat if I ever seen one. You can see the sweat stain on the floor there. Would say is either his hip or his back he landed on. This is where Fletcher takes advantage. And somebody with a Montreal Canadiens jersey in the front row, so they got taste. I'm sure McGee can appreciate that. Fletcher with that evil grin. I wonder what he's up to. Go Habs, go. I'll give you that. Oh, geez, that's a splat I've ever heard one. Now, I wonder, even though, you know what? You can't win every game. At least that's what the Oilers are trying to tell us right now, because they're losing every game. Their defense is thinking it's Thanksgiving already because, well, frankly, they're giving everything away. Fletcher's trying. My God, when he poses like that on the ropes, there's only one phrase that goes through my head. Hey, nothing you can say, nothing that you do what you done to me. A young Randy Orton, a.k.a. another Miles Bourne. If I was going to do an interpromotional match, I think Fletcher versus Orton might be up there near the top. No, I think these guys need. I think next we're going to get the Mercedes match because, well, this crowd needs an injection. I'd laugh if it was like some Twitch championship or something that didn't count for anything. I do have to agree with Fletcher that, or agree with Callis. I know I didn't want to say that word, but Fletcher is going to be a future world champion in this company. As long as this company will go about as far as he wants it to go with him. And I don't see Tony Khan giving up on Fletcher anytime soon. See, the thing is, Paul Turner's not from Saskatchewan, so he'll be able to count to 3 just fine, Don. He's not from Winnipeg. Nice backdrop driver. Still waiting for the Fletcher Ospreay World Title match. I think we'll get it. Could there be a possibility that Fletcher takes it off Page and Ospreay gets his title match at Wembley in the big return? When the big return run. Because you pray that, and of course this always depends on Ospreay being 100% after surgery. And we literally haven't heard much since. Let's just trade off punches, then we'll hit each other with a kick. And we'll both take each other over for a spin on a clothesline. Honestly, Fletcher versus Swerve, Fletcher versus Ospreay. I'm going to enjoy all those coming up. Sorry, I just seen more guys complaining about the cost of the pay-per-view. And you know what? It's fine. You deal with it. If you can't afford to watch it, well, unfortunately, like, it's sort of the nature of the business these days. These guys are just unloading bombs right now. It'd be interesting to see Briscoe win this match tonight, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. I wonder the other thing. Something that just ran through my mind. Oh my God, he's bringing up Harley Race now. You know you're in St. Louis when? No, the thinking I have is, what if it ends up being like maybe Nyla Rose against Mercedes, who has that MXW championship? The MXW is the promotion Athena runs, where they're having a major card next week, the all-women's promotion. Odds are there isn't much reason to overthink it about that match. Just let's see what happens. Oh God. Splash Mountain Bomb. Made famous by the one and only Kota Ibushi. Seen first in North America. Well, by a living person. By Kota Ibushi during the 2016 CWC. Also known as been used by a dead man for a time, aka The Last Ride. My God, I'll never get tired of seeing that kick from Fletcher. Just so smooth on that up kick. He slipped and still made it look good. Top rope brainbuster. Oh, this could be rough. What the hell is Briscoe doing now? Oh no. Oh no. Razor's Edge from the top rope. That could kill a man. So now we're just going to go suplex. Oh no. Just conventional superplex. Okay, we're okay here. Nobody died. Just couldn't get the brainbuster out, so he pulled the suplex over. So what are we at? 4 matches now? So we are pretty much halfway through the show. Almost. I really have a strong feeling we're getting Mercedes after this. Oh, God. He's got the top rope, so he ain't going nowhere. Jade Driller! Double count out. Let's go. Get back in the ring, Turner. I tried to say you weren't from Saskatchewan. Hopefully you can count to 10. He wants the title. It's a goddamn title match. Why would you even say he doesn't want to win that way? You just turn around and say you're not going to win the title if you don't get him back in the ring. Hey, he talks about stingers every month. Sorry. Nobody home. I love the gambling reference there. My God, that kick. He's got to hit that brainbuster now. Nope. He is determined to hit that second rope. Oh, the top rope. This is not good at all. Oh, Jesus. Throw a froggy ball on the top rope. Surprised he didn't spring into the front row. Standing froggy bow. I love that they got a Hamilton Bulldogs jersey on top of that. Right next to the girl with the Habs jersey. They must have came together. I would almost guarantee that. From that beautiful panhandle. Third one. Oh, Fletcher. That was too close right there. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Brantford. Are they the same color scheme or are they... Because the only reason I remember Hamilton, it was because they're... Oh, okay. Because I remember way back when they were still in the AHL. They were the farm team for the Oilers for years. Oh, they played on the road for your parents. Oh, that's cool. So at least we know what part of the world those two are from. Oh, that is an awesome counter to a counter there. These guys are going at it 20 minutes in. I don't know if he's blocked it, but he definitely, you know, I just don't think Fletcher had... Oh, at the Gretzky... Okay. And he's too close to the ropes. I'm surprised he didn't use the middle finger. Sorry to be that guy, but I have no idea. Sorry, Kenzie. I understand you're not trying... I picked it up on Amazon, so unfortunately I don't have that option here. Signed a 15-year with Brantford. They're supposed to be in a building. Okay, that's cool. Glad to see a little bit of stability in Junior. It just seems to be a constantly all over the place thing. Oh, no, absolutely, Kenzie. By the way, we watch every AEW TV show and pay-per-view here. So if you're interested during the week, feel free to stop by as well. We appreciate you. About as much as... Thank you for the follow, my friend. Appreciate you. Oh, my God, Fletcher's face. My God, that's a meme somewhere. That has got to be a meme somewhere. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, Kenzie. Hope you find some place you can pick it up. Oh, my goodness. Fletcher unloading everything and still can't keep him down. 1, 2, 3 signatures. Yeah, no, this is over now. That if he kicks out of this, we know we got a new champion coming. Yeah, took everything. Took literally everything. Absolutely insane match with these two. Just right on top of the head there. I Is it just me, or is this crowd sort of trying to develop trying to save their energy because they know that we might see multiple murders tonight later on? Could you imagine right after this flashing to the Darby and Mox match? Oh, he's calling Samson over. This is not good. Hope Briscoe's not hurt. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before Fletcher gets to be the champ, but we'll see. I don't think he's going to have both titles. Mercedes is always trying to put for that already, but yeah, they're doing a little bit of stalling right now. I don't know if Briscoe's in 100% shape here. So, are they going to pump for hologram or something? Could this be a wrap up for Briscoe? Wait a second. They're doing the women's title first? They got something big planned for Mercedes, guaranteed. Either that or Mercedes showed up late to the building, one or the other. They're running Stat and Toni right now. This is going to be interesting. Because this is probably one of their more interesting feuds in AEW right now, for the fact that Tony's just that kind of personality. And Stat's been the champion that we've all wanted to see forever. Stat right now is what Kyle Fletcher will be 2 or 3 years from now. The person who finally broke through and got the championship that they deserved. I think that's something safe to say if we don't see Fletcher get the title any sooner. But we've all known ever since Statlander's been here that she is going to be a future champion. She just has that presence. Can we just agree that these promo packages have just been top notch for like the last 5-6 months now? They've just stepped it up to another level on all these. This is your halfway through the card match. They get better and better every time they do one. Absolutely. What are they doing for Toni now? Probably throw in the trash. Death is not ready for her. Juice Robinson is such a fucking lucky guy. Pardon my French, but just for the inspiration that she can do and just how creative she's been. Like, that's the one thing about AEW more than anything else. The fact you get to learn exactly who people are. Like, they're not revealing their exact character per se. But the fact that she's been able to grow this character, create it, mold it, and create basically what has been the most popular gimmick in wrestling over the last 18, 24 months, if not more. Like, do you remember that Office segment? Like the whole Office segment when she was like Amnesia Toni? Like something simple like that was just, it was amazing. And Toni's due for a break, yeah. This is so fucking awesome here. Was that Harley or was that Toni who did that segment? That's Harley. That's what I thought. Stat being let out by two. She is really going into this alien gimmick, isn't she? And once again, she's wearing the Starfire gear. This is pretty awesome right here. Like, I get the gimmicks a little, like you have to absorb a little bit on it, but when you finally start seeing that no cure for Saturday Night Fever, this should be a fun match regardless. Regardless of whether you're a Toni fan, a Stat fan. We're about to see an alien take on a movie star. What a time to be alive. I love that. How's each match? Somebody's just farming for a message there, guaranteed. This crowd's a little quiet as they're just getting settled into this. AEW pay-per-views are another level. It's a blessing and a curse when it comes to AEW and their pay-per-views here. Because the level for AEW pay-per-views throughout the early part or late part of 2024, early part of 2025, just ended up being so next level that even like a mid-match, well, let's face it, Adam Copeland, John Moxley, a mid-match for a main event. We know post everything that it sort of made sense why Toni did what he did and now making the Hollywood ending the main event. I honestly believe if Mariah would have kept her mouth shut and just let and just let things play out, and then tell him that she was leaving, and that match got moved to the main event, that nobody would ever said tickety boo about that pay-per-view. This crowd's sitting on their hands right now. Look at, do something with the stick. I think it's more the fact they know something awesome's coming. It's just they're waiting for it. They've been doing this for about 3 matches now. Crowd's into it a little bit there, but until they get through this feeling out process, nobody's going to give a crap about this match right now. Tony's like, fuck. Okay, one thing I've learned in 2K25, you can't hit the same pose the whole time, or it just ain't going to work out well for you. All right, Toni, steal pose. I can live with that. Now they like. Now we're getting into the do sign part of the match. So what you got planned now? See, the other part about this that causes a little bit of problems, Stat is a face. Toni is a face. So they really don't know who to cheer for, so by default they don't cheer anyone? Just dumps Toni like a sack of potatoes. Oh, that gotta suck. Wait, she didn't get any extension on it, so literally everything of Kris has landed on Toni there. Oh, straight out of Ishii's playbook there with the lariat, just go straight down and call it. Very smart move here. The fact that the only trying to work your way out of it is to get caught in another hold. Or do that. Well, now you just turn yourself right into a sleeper. So that actually, yeah, that makes a perfect sense on what to do here in this position. Like, you could tell this crowd is trying. It's just they're not sure where everything's established. When you do that back and forth technical stuff off the beginning, it really doesn't help identify something. Gotta love a good old backdrop driver when you can. For all the posts that Athena's putting up right now, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be her. So it's probably going to be Shuri. It's probably going to be a title change for Mercedes, going to break the record. And then tomorrow she can get 12. This crowd is like, no. You're going to suplex. That's it. This crowd really wants to cheer Toni on, it looks like. Is it just me? I'm going to throw this out here, and I know I'm not going to be very popular about it, but these wrestling cities, quote unquote, the ones that are known for their wrestling experience and whatnot, is it just me, or are they just having problems right now in terms of the crowds? Whether it be their emotion, whether it be their attendance overall. Chicago, St. Louis. Because, like, even the last few shows between either brand, either promotion, sorry, out of Chicago haven't been, outside of one segment, haven't been that loud. You guys can imagine which segment that was. And St. Louis, this is the same city that they booked, I believe, this venue for NXT, and they ended up having to book a smaller one because of the lack of ticket sales. And Randy Orton was actually featured on the card in the main event against Miles Bourne, a.k.a. Mini Orton, a.k.a. Kyle Fletcher 2. That was a low blow. That was a low blow with the head. Straight out of Page. That was a Saraya driver. What is going on here? Oh, right in the submission. My God, look at that arm. Look at the freaking train there. Something's ripped. Or else there's a great camera angle, one or the other. Not the smartest move. Now you gone into the chicken wing. No sense of urgency here at all. There we go. Like, we hear the crowd, like I said, I hate to harp on this, but the crowd's trying to get into it, but oh my God, small package. She won the title off Mariah May with that move. Damn. Shivani, you're trying, but this crowd ain't cheering nothing right now. It's a good match. It's a good technical match. They're going hold for hold. Nobody's really doing anything devious, so there's no real definition on who the crowd should cheer for. But now they're realizing this is getting to the fourth quarter, so they're starting to get into it a little bit more. Oh no. Try to go for Saturday Night Fever, but uh-oh. Oh, no way. Nobody saw that she put her arms down on that cactus driver. Damn. That was nice. It's also, you know, it and that's what you're supposed to do. You're always supposed to have a counter available. Once again, there's another counter. I think is Stat the second person to kick out of the Storm Zero? But you notice when she did it a lot faster, right? There was a lot of urgency on it. Oh my God, Storm just got out of that. That discus lariat, all right. I think this might be it. Oh no. Tony's not going to tap. She's smiling, giving a thumbs up. She's going out. It's going to be a knockout. Crowd's coming. Are they going to come in time? Tony trying to get out of it, but I don't think it's going to happen. She said, fucking kill me already. That's what she told her. And she provided. So Tony's going to be able to take some time off. I think I'm with you, McGee, that, you know, Tony does need some time off right now. Handing the title off and just... This is the most... Damn it, this crowd. This is the most that they've been up all night for it. Hell of a victory by Storm here. Like, it almost feels like this is where it's supposed to go, but this crowd just... I hate it. The crowd just didn't get into it. Oh, could this be a winner-take-all match right here? I thought the frat house got killed in the... I thought the frat house got killed earlier tonight. Looks like we're getting the challenge right now, and this... Could this be Statlander versus Monet for the challenge? I honestly hope... I hope it's Athena and Stat costs Monet the title. And my storyline that I mentioned off the top of the show just works out. Athena wins. Monet's pissed. She gets the title tomorrow to get back to Ty. Then she comes after Stat for the record. That, to me, makes a lot more sense, personally. I don't like Stat. I was talking with Get the Tables about this. I don't like having Stat as a transitional champ. But matches like this sort of, Oh my God. These frat guys, I would knock the fuck out of them if I was Stat. If I was Stat, I would knock the fuck out of her right now. I want Athena to win in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. In the ring, bing, 1, 2, 3, it's over. Watch Stat's music go off again. Oh, shit. Okay. Was it my first choice? But this makes a lot of sense. I also wonder if Red Velvet's coming back. Guys, wheels are turning here. ROH TV champion, AEW TV champion. It makes sense. Then you just have a TV champion, period, for both shows. This could not only be a title change, but it could also be unification. I know a lot of people were saying it would be Shuri, Athena. Mina's not a bad pick. Let's just face it. It's not horrible. Do you really want to win your 11th title with an interim championship? That's the only question I have right now. Do you really want to have your record-breaking championship be an interim title? It's great to see that Mercedes actually found a second batch of gear for tonight. She wore the exact same thing in CMLL last night. I really wonder which way this will go. Yeah, tribute. And she came out to Selena last night, so. Oh my God, 30 seconds. You do know that at pay-per-views, the figure four leg lock is Mercedes, kryptonite. Do I need to bring you back to her previous character and the fact that she could never defend any titles she won? Because she would always win it on Raw and then lose it on the pay-per-view to figure 8. Ha! Mina is too quick on that one. So, for anybody that doesn't know, this move right here, the bow and arrow, in wrestling circles, it's a lot of people call it the trust move because you both have to do it together really well. For it to actually work out, you actually both have to work together on it, so. At least this crowd's into it a little bit more on this one, so I'm happy about that. Nice little. Oh, yeah, there you go. Are you kidding me? They're gonna. Could you imagine how cheesy this would be? Because theoretically, Mercedes would break the record tomorrow in a on an untelevised event in Winnipeg if she doesn't do it tonight. Like if she didn't have a match tonight, the record would have been broken in you would have seen him break you would have seen her broke the record in a WPW show, and literally the promoter said, I don't have the ability to stream this right now. Tony Khan probably saw that note and like, nope. Yeah, that's the only reason why I don't think we're going to get Mercedes winning this. Do you really want to have Mercedes versus Red Velvet for the ROH TV title? Like, don't get me wrong, Red Velvet's a good wrestler, but she is a Ring of Honor wrestler right now. She's not like she was good when she got going early with that, like, if you guys don't remember, Red Velvet was the wrestler that was with Cody when Shaq and I'm trying to remember who the partner for Shaq was. Oh, Jade, that's what it was. Shaq and Jade versus Red Velvet and Cody Rhodes in that infamous match where Shaq ended up going through a table. Dakota Kai come to All Elite Wrestling, and there's no harm in taking a $40 subscription to HBO Max. Look at the rest of the online clips. I don't think so, Remy. I appreciate your thoughts, but Wrestledream's actually been not bad, except for the fact my stream just froze. I might just have to back out and go back in again, but like it's not been 2023 level. It's not been, or sorry, not been 2021 level. And I don't think Dakota Kai is going to be a make or break person for the show. So. Oh, God. All right. My feed just went down, folks. Let me know if anything happens. Yours went down too? Oh, this is just fantastic. What are you watching on McG? You're watching on Amazon too? Yeah. So, all right, looks like it's back up again. Yeah, Ramit, sorry, respectfully, I don't think Dakota Kai is a make or break. They say St. Louis having storms right now. That wouldn't surprise me. But even still, don't you think they'd be able to figure something out by now on this stuff? Here we go. Now we're back on and off again. So Mina's already, yeah, Mina already had a shot here, but they're giving Mercedes time. Like, I from what I heard, she went 25 minutes last night. And if she's going to get another 20 minutes tonight, like, yeesh. Feet on. It all depends on where you're getting it from. I agree with you. I appreciate it, Zodiac. That's why I threw the comment out of let me know if there's anything going on. And just for reference right now, Mercedes just hit a meteor on the floor. Remy, you do realize Moxley doesn't have the title, right? Been way ahead of you all night. I think we just went back on a loop here. Ramit, you just may have just exposed yourself here. I got to get myself live here, folks. Sorry. Ugh. Just trying to catch up here. Oh, double knees to the chest. All right. Meteor on the ring apron. So if we need a reference here where we're at. I hate it when signals go out like that. Probably going to go back and watch this later, so. Biggest problem with this match is the crowd knows Monet ain't losing. I'm still going to stick by the fact that I don't think Monet should win that, get that record with an interim TV title. Which is why I think Mina wins this. And Statlander's the one where she wins the record off of. And also, but I do get your idea, Zodiac, here with the impression that, you know, even if Mercedes, they actually believe that Mercedes isn't going to lose it, then they're not going to get into it, right? Until the very end. Once again, Mercedes Kryptonite. Oh my God, and put it into a... It's a figure four and a sleeper. And the referee didn't figure it out. That's funny. If you keep it as a tie, well... This is the first time she's gone to the ropes. I haven't seen her do a cheap shot like that forever. Yeah, she had to know that transition was coming real quick. Nigel, you might have spoiled the story here. That is awesome. Mina figured that she was going to try and do the roll through. Foot on the rope. Whoa! And that look on Mercedes' face. Oh my goodness. That is awesome right there. That was close and that was awesome. The way that Mina shot her hand out at the very last second there. Mercedes cannot beat a woman with a figure four leg lock. She can't. It's a thing. On a pay-per-view. It just seems to be, oh God, here we go. And Mercedes calls it off at the pass there. I like that she anticipated that. That is inventive. I like that. Really? Yeah, they're going to let her break the record. All right. Watch Tony Khan come out. I am not letting anybody break a record with that. She's getting one more country tomorrow, obviously. It is lame. I get it. Now, what I would like to see, and this is how you get Mercedes out of not... This is the way you get Mercedes to not defend her titles anywhere. But get somebody else who will. It's right here. What you do here is now you do all for none. All for one. Sorry, all for one. Mercedes thinks she's so great, she puts all her titles up against Statlander. She ends up losing a couple, though. Let her lose a couple of these and then move down there, right? Bray. Do you know how many times she does defend those titles? Can you tell me how many times she's defended those titles? Respectfully, when you make a comment like that, do you know how many times she defended those titles? I think you'd be surprised. It's usually about one title every 2 months, which is about normal for champions. But every title gets defended roughly once every 2 months. The advertisements aren't out there. Yeah, exactly. She is pretty active out there. Respectfully, Bray, I understand what you're trying to say, but it's the same thing I had earlier with Ramit here when he's trying to say that Karrion Kross dethrones Moxley. First of all, Karrion Kross is signed to MLW. He ain't coming yet. That deal is not... The only person that's allowed to cross borders from there is MJF. But yeah, that's the thing, Zodiac, and it's one thing I really worry about. People don't understand, like, Mercedes playing the gimmick versus Mercedes playing the actual Mercedes person. The Mercedes person is such a huge wrestling nerd. Like, she loves the business. She loves being around the business. She loves the history of the business. She loves being all over the world advertising her business. The character, she just has to be the best. Everybody has to earn to get a vision of her. "34 matches this year." Thank you, Big G. And I will guarantee you this. All but one this year had a title on the line. All but one. And the one that didn't, of course, was Allin Texas. Sorry, I'll correct myself. No, she put the title on the line there, right? Death Riders or Don Callis family, which faction? Yeah. Oh, that's right. She did lose the title to get it. Yeah, and then she had to get one back. This is an awesome visual right here. The St. Louis Arch with Okada's entrance. This is awesome right here. I'll never get tired of an Okada entrance. Just because he is that special of a wrestler, right? But yeah, I don't. It's weird for me here. Do you guys see a title change on this one? The tag titles? Do we get Okada getting the Okada and Takeshita getting the tag titles, and then being the argumentative sisters with the titles, or does Brodito retain? And this looks like the 2-man power trip, to be honest. Triple H and Stone Cold. Retain Schism furthers, yeah. Well, here's a question. Here's another question for a chat, and this is based on the fact that we do know that. See him fracture even more, yeah. So let me throw a follow up to you. So I think we all can agree that the eventual down the road goal here is to have Takeshita versus Okada. Whether it be a double title match, whether it be for one title, whichever. Do they do that match at World's End? Do they have to do it sooner? Or do they do it at Wrestle Kingdom? That you have an all AEW title match. And yes, I know Takeshita is a tri-brand, but to a lot of people, Takeshita is an AEW guy now. But Mike, how could they do that? AEW doesn't have stories. Heaven forbid AEW have a story. But like I said, do you want the top match of a Wrestle Kingdom card being Takeshita Okada? I almost think the possibility it could be Wrestle Dynasty the night after Wrestle Kingdom. Like Takeshita has another match with, I have no idea who they would put there. Okada allowed one clean break. I'm so sorry. So what's we got lined up here? We got a title match. We got instant death. Bandito playing the same game here. Take the flight to Okada. Okada just such a smart wrestler here. I'm going to have to quickly take a look at the card here because I'm trying to remember what else we got left. There isn't a lot, which I don't feel bad about right now. See, they got the Ultimo Monet graphic up already. Come on, let's go. Sorry, I thought I had the oh, here we go. Finally. We literally just have, after this match, we have instant death and we have the world title. I feel bad for Paige and Joe if they're main eventing tonight. Because I guarantee you, they're going to be some kind of, this crowd's going to be burnt out after what Moxley and Darby are going to do each other. Because I'm assuming they're going to get a half hour for that. They might only get 20 minutes. Oh, TK announced the I Quit the main event. Okay. So to me, that also tells me that Paige is retaining. Paige and Joe are good wrestlers. There's no way they're falling. Absolutely. Hey, Parker, how's it been? Good to see you tonight. We're watching the AEW Wrestle Dynasty pay-per-view right now. We're about to watch, we're two matches away. Well, we got 2 matches left on the card. We're on the third last match here. Hope you're doing well. You say you've been doing good, and then just... I know life gets busy and all that, so I always just appreciate when you come in. I have a feeling they're kind of in a weird stalling point with Hangman. All of his best stories are off recovering. Yeah. I still feel that Full Gear is probably going to be MJF. Just because it is in New Jersey. Because you got that contract, right? That contract's ready to go. And once he's done filming in Winnipeg, apparently when MJF's filming his movies in Winnipeg. So once he's done filming, he can cash that in whenever, right? But they have to announce the date. Oh, no, trust me, we got Blue Jays fans in here. We know all about sports right now. Dodgers... I won't be a fan of Dave Roberts for his comments. Because it's like he's tormenting the bull. And turning himself into the resident bad guy, which... in life, we're learning that the bad guys win some days. But... it's going to be interesting to see where they go from there. Like, right now, the Dodgers apparently are going to be the favorites, but I would still take the Blue Jays. They're down 3-2. They're going home. They got you Savage, who doesn't look like he wilts under the pressure a whole lot. And honestly, if the Blue Jays pitchers go into boring cheat mode, in many ways, it looks like it does look like Seattle doesn't have much of a chance. If they could stick mainly to curveballs and, things falling all over the place while throwing enough fastballs to make them, somewhat honest. One thing, outside of one home run by Raleigh, the Mariners have proven they can't hit the curb. Trouble with the curve, I believe, is what they called it in a famous movie once. My God, the fact that Bandito pretty much has his shoulder ripped apart right now and is still going like this, pretty damn awesome if you ask me. Oh my God, Bandito's doing the barking now. Damn. Smush. Smush. Just a... I'm glad that they have Bandito mask finally out here. Oh, somebody got a trash can. Watch out for all baseball fans. We might have problems here coming up. You hear that trash can getting banged in the background. Straight out of 2017. Yeah, that's what I say. 2017 flashbacks here. Oh my God. Okada is the ultimate heel. Bandito almost got Brody to do the Macarena. Oh, absolutely. Okada is just like Okada's always been a great smarmy heel, and the crowd's just loving it. Takeshita's at that boiling point right now where everybody just wants to cheer him. He's being a heel, but everybody just wants to say yay to him here. Well, at least they're saying F Okada, not F Callis this time. So we got a bit of an improvement here tonight. Oh, absolutely. To start his career out, he was absolutely a spectacular face. The battles he had with Kenny for the title while he was still a face and Kenny was working over the Bullet Club leadership and whatnot. I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of the New Japan stuff. I'll be the first to admit it. You only have a certain number of days a week to do things, so. Speaking of which, want to give you guys a little bit of a. Since Parker, you're a baseball guy, I just want to let you guys know something I picked up yesterday in a nice little package. MLB Slugfest Unloaded. If you guys haven't seen it, by the way, shout out to PMP Games in Winnipeg. We're going to be doing this on stream after I'm done Monster Football League tomorrow, so we'll probably be doing it next week, but with the World Series being on. If you guys aren't familiar, MLB Slugfest is basically NFL Blitz, but baseball. You can go punch the pitcher, punch any players out there. It's a little bit crazy, so. I picked up some other games I'll let you guys know about later on, but then Kenny and Jay White was your favorite match. Hey, that is a definite good one to pick up as your favorite match. Oh my God, the little kid's telling off Okada. Whoa. Shades of Eddie Guerrero there with Okada coming over the ring like that. That was pretty awesome. Just storyline with that match in 2017 was great. It was like teacher versus. And that's basically what happened with a lot of the Bullet Club, right? Like everybody that stuck around with the Bullet Club as they were changing leaders, they seem to have a bit of a storyline with that completely. Would have been nice if AJ would have had a little bit more time there to finish his storyline up, but unfortunately, certain promotions call you go in 2017. In 2025, well, maybe not so much. Plus, the same time, yeah, like that was just basically Exodus Part 1, where New Japan got a little angry with North America. I say that number 1 because the number 2 obviously was when basically Okada and Ospreay pretty much left at the same time. Brodito, Bandito, what are you doing here, man? Let them kill each other. Oh, no. Brody King with a hot tag. That is straight Tabasco sauce right there. That's straight Frank Red Hots. Another match I watched recently was Adam Page and Will. Oh God, yeah. Oh no, the finish of the Owen Hart tournament. Yeah, I remember that one very well. Absolutely, like nobody actually thought that that was going to happen the way that it did. We all thought it was going to be the ascension of Will Ospreay to take out Moxley. And Page pulled it out, and that just brought so much more to that story. I'm glad you're getting a chance to take a look at that stuff and catching up a little bit. It's so funny. I have so many matches burned into my brain about stuff that, like, I've been watching this stuff since 1983. Ironically enough, the only time I wasn't like a full-time watcher of wrestling was during the Attitude Era. Because I'll be frankly honest with you guys, during the Attitude Era, I was living on the streets for the most part. So watching wrestling wasn't my highest priority. It does lead to one of my favorite stories about living at the YMCA, though. Remember one night I used to live at the YMCA. By the way, the song is not Justify It one bit. So there's a group TV room, right? So everybody sleeps, everybody sits in the common area. So I'm sitting there watching wrestling with the rest of the guys that are there. We're all just somewhat behaving. And this guy comes in, starts looking at me weird. And I just look at him like, is there a problem? He's like, shh, you'll wake it. This guy was high off his rocker and thought there was a muskrat on my chest. He proceeds to pull out a knife. It's when I learned eventually that I can run faster scared than you can angry. Basically, I was in an apartment building with stairs. I must have ran a good 5 minutes nonstop until finally front desk staff and security and cops showed up to get the guy out of there. So I asked them, why did it take so long? They're like, oh, we thought you could use the exercise. Yeah, I was not happy that day. Well, that's pretty much one of the only times I got to watch wrestling during the Attitude Era. So, just a funny little anecdote. I always have empathy for those people living on the streets, but not to the point where if you're not willing to take care of yourself and not willing to get yourself out of the rut, then I'm sorry. You need to do that. Uh-oh, Bandito going for... Oh, God. Went for the wheelbarrow. Bandito caught himself. Oh, God. Wild story. Yeah, some people don't want... Well, it's simple. If people don't want help, then I'm not willing to help them. I love that counter. Eventually, my grandparents did find out that I was living on the streets and pulled me out to their family farm. So that's how I got out of it, and I just learned to just get some work done. And I haven't been unemployed since I got my first job living there, and I've been employed for the last 25 years. Pretty much Outside of 3 days, I was technically not employed since then. But it definitely opens up your eyes. Sorry if I threw you guys out for a loop here on a weird story, but... So what about Takeshita, who's almost dead in the ring? Is he going to try and rip the arm or the tape? Ah, good old Callus. 3 steps ahead, right? It sucks when the guy that, you have that basically has to take the heat in the match or has to take the abuse is legit injured. Because normally if he's like the guy that takes the hot tag and runs wild on everybody, you can sort of let him hang back and just take it easy a little bit. But with all this abuse that Bandito's taken, like, for those that didn't know, in a match versus Hechicero for CMLL, I believe it was a week and a half ago, almost 2 weeks ago. Would have been a week ago Friday. Jesus. A week ago yesterday. He actually separated his shoulder. No, 2 weeks ago Friday. Sorry. About 2 weeks ago. Either way. He actually separated his shoulder out of the socket. Went outside the ring, put it back in, finished the match. But even still, it doesn't fully heal at this point. So, oh man, if Takeshita would just bail right now, that would be perfect at this point. It looked like a power bomb almost. Well, Okada's getting worn out. So I wonder at this point, does Okada eat the pin? I would almost get Okada to eat the pin and then Callis blames Takeshita for it, for not making the save. That could almost be more of a story than actually having Takeshita get pinned and then saying you cost it here, right? Oh God. Well, he thought he had him. All right, well, this is supposed to be Okada being the... Yeah. All right, that sucked. All right, that was impressive right there. That was impressive to say the least. And Brody just said to hell with that. And Okada just said to hell with that. Oh, here he comes. No! Oh, Brody just said enough of this bullshit. Bandito didn't jump. All three guys have to jump at the same time to make that look proper, but... Brody has got to be so not used to doing that. Jesus. Well, it looks like we're running a little late tonight, guys. Just a heads up. That I Quit match might be... That match might be running a little late tonight. Okay. Death Valley Driver. Oh, there we go. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Yeah, Okada's eating a pin here. This is going to be amazing. No, can't do it. He's going to do it now. One arm. God damn, what a finish. Like, they need time off. Like, Brodito needs time to heal a bit. And Callis is pissed. Oh, the little kid with a Bandito mask. Unfortunately, he's got a Saquon Barkley shirt on, so he's not perfect. Bandito Cito? Oh, did you give moment? And Okada's like, what the hell? Leave me alone, Don, I'm hurt. I love Takeshita's look right now. So next time they come up, it'll be literally... He's literally going to turn around and say, I watched the program. I saw your face. Fuck you, you're dead. All right, they got the Macarena first time ever. I'm just glad Brody didn't wreck a hip. I'm surprised Renee's working it all tonight. Is this the start of the tag team story? Is this the start of the tag team titles? Is this... I don't want it to be honest. I'd prefer that they get somebody else that hasn't had a title before to get to be the first time champs, but it very well could be, so... Is it just me, or does this not feel like 4.5 hours already? Every match feels like it's had a real good pace to it. The crowd's not been into a bunch of it, but I'm just glad that, you know, they're doing the I Quit match last, because, you know, there are going to be a lot of people who turn the show off, and you get that, right? Like, I love that in 2 promos, Joe can basically sell a title match. And literally, this is off of Joe dropping a title. Literally, physically dropping a title. Is developed this feud into a title match. Do I think it's the most epic build ever made in AEW? Hell no. I think we all can agree to it. And hell no, it hasn't even been close. Do I think it... Oh, the ropes were loose. All right, they had to go fix it. I really do hope Joe gets another run. I sincerely hope before he retires, he gets one more run with that AEW title. Maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he honestly in his heart doesn't want it. But I think he deserves it more than anything else. It's like Sting said he didn't want to walk out with a title. I think he deserved it. I love how Tony's firing out different media companies for these interviews they're doing, trying to sort of counter the old ESPN argument. I really got to see that. The Good, the Bad, and the Hangman. It got released yesterday, which I just, literally today, I'll be honest, I had a lazy day today, personally. I got 4 videos edited. Played a little bit of MLB The Show, but other than that, I didn't do shizen today. I don't get many holidays days left this year, so I'm just trying to enjoy them as I go. which I do have to say that hanging out with you guys and girls, and whichever way you want to describe yourselves, is always a pleasure, always a lot of fun, and I do appreciate these times a lot. As Roberts is here to announce. I really want him to say Men's World Championship, but Tony Khan just will not go there. Adam Page will. Any of Adam Page's opponents will, but Tony just refused to do it. My God, that look of Joe is just amazing. Like, I get the view that you don't want to have like a straight, instead of a straight up view, that underneath view. Having that spotlight going behind you just makes you look bigger without having to do anything really extra with extra equipment. Like, you don't have to invest in an 8K camera. You just need to know how you use your camera you have in the right way. I love how Joe sits there. He's like, you're going to try to intimidate me? Me? Of all people? Me? This is going to be interesting here because typically you got two faces here right now. I do agree with these guys about, trying to solidify a reign. And let's face it, right now, and we talked about this earlier in the chat, like, it's tough for Hangman when a lot of his main feuds that he's been going through are on the shelf right now between Ospreay, Swerve, MJF isn't here right now. So the Kyle Fletcher one, that's more of a tradition thing that I'd like to see them more solidify going forward with the TNT champion taking on the world champion at All Out. If they could do that on a consistent basis and just announce that's what's happening, to me, that would actually not be the worst thing in the world. It also gives the opportunity for another match to main event. If you don't think that matchup's going to draw, you can bring somebody else in to put in that spot. Put the women's match as the main event. But with that being said, Hangman should be able to get through the next few months. Get through this match. Maybe get... I still call that MJF's going to be for New York. It almost seems to be every time he's at home, he's got to face... someone. MJF has got to be the headliner spot, right? He's always got to be in there. It's not a lease, it's a rental. Get it? Yeah, I think, didn't Samoa Joe not get pinned and lost that title? Now, I really wonder if they're going to have. Very smart move by Hangman here. Working on the arm. Because if you can't hook in that Kakita clutch properly. Nice drop kick. He's outside the frickin' ring. Why are you even... Ugh. Come on, ref. Smarten up. 11 belt Monet. Best to ever do. We're going to... I'll be honest. When it comes to Monet, I want to wait till she, like, loses a bunch of those titles. I want to wait till it's done before we really evaluate whether Monet is the greatest women's wrestler. Because for me, it's not necessarily the story of how you win the title, it's how you lose the title. Shot to the faces. Joe just... Vintage Joe coming out right now. Just a straight out boot to the back. It seems like Hangman just reminds me a lot of what happened with Orange Cassidy as he just started building tape more and more. Like, don't get me wrong, Orange Cassidy ended up looking goofy. He looked like a mummy by the end of his title reign there when Mox finally beat him. Good old-fashioned boot to the face. Nothing fancy about it. I love how the fact that everybody just knows that Joe is just so amazing on what he does. But yeah, this St. Louis, I'm going to say it again. This St. Louis crowd is absolute garbage. Straight up garbage. Joe just literally said nope. Why would you wait that long to get down if Joe's coming in? And Joe once again walks away from this. That's where camera work really suffers sometimes. I think he busted his nose on that moonsault. So yeah, Hangman's trying. This crowd is just, I'm sorry, this crowd's garbage. There we go, Vintage Joe. I think I said my piece about what online. Hangman getting worked over now, and that's sort of what we expected going into this. Joe was going to be the aggressor. That face on Hangman is just. Here we go, right in the sequence. Into the boot. Into the senton. Going for the cocky cover. Normally he'll take that cover and turn it into a leg lock right away. Just starting to unload shots here. Hangman's doing everything. Like, the fact that he has to tell the crowd to wake up 3 times just drives me insane. Joe just. Joe just looks ultra confident right now, and I'm very happy about that. Just very cool, very calm, very collected, like Excalibur said. Especially the buildup is, man, yeah, like, won't be too hard on the crowd again. It's hard for a crowd to get into it if they have no reason to believe the champ is any risk of losing. Yeah, that's fair. I get it, but outside of that first match, and then maybe certain points at night, these guys have been dead. Now they decide to wake up. All right. And Joe's like, no bump for you. Yeah, I assume with Joe, you got to do a Saito. A full German might not be possible with him. It's sort of like Ishii. Trying to do a full German with Ishii is not exactly the easiest thing in the world. Joe's always got something in mind. He keeps wanting to hit this moonsault. Like, why?
What the hell is that?
Hangman got a headbutt. Maybe a headbutt. I do appreciate the camera angle, the fact that that's probably the best one you're going to get out of that, but... Ugh. Hangman, just do the fight. Don't... I like you said, don't fight the crowd too much, but Hangman's too worried about trying to fire the crowd up instead of actually trying to get this match done. There's at a point where you got to cut your losses eventually. Oh, there we go. Vintage STF. Switched into a crowd. Oh, I love this transition. But the problem is when you do that, you give up your leg power. So you give the leg is hooked originally, so you don't have to worry about movement as much. Good on Joe there. Joe knows that he's got this crowd once the match hits the fourth quarter. Yeah, he totally missed it. That's about the best camera view you're going to get to try and cover it up, but I guess you're about 3 minutes ahead of me here, so or behind me, sorry. Sorry I'm so far ahead, but the only thing you do here is a sunset flip. Yep. Sunset flip powerbomb out of the corner. Yeah, but basically when it comes down to a match like this, you got to break it up so that Hangman's got to hit that one kill shot right away. Why you would want to try to do a dead eye to Samoa Joe, I will never know. There you go. Now you wake him up. It only took a swear word. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We know why the Rams left now. The Battlehawks, though, were one of the loudest crowds in the history of the XFL. Yes, all 3 years of it. Is Paige going? Are we going to actually get a No, there's no way. If he does, then we definitely know the Hurt Syndicator went in the trios. All right, finisher's been hit and out of. Joe's just looking at that corner. He's like, yeah, I'm hitting a muscle buster now. I don't care what anybody says. Oh my God, he got the dead eye. Joe didn't kick out. Joe didn't kick out till 3.1. Joe didn't kick out. He kicked out late. The buckshot. Okay, one buckshot. Go for another. Now this crowd's into it. 3 buckshots. I don't know, chat. I don't know. A decent enough match, but like I said, the standards are so high. The standards are astronomically high when it comes to AEW. And I hate to say it, but I think we're going to need MJF in order to fix this. If we get an MJF sighting out of this tonight, hell, we might even see it on Wednesday, but I think that's the only way we're going to fix this. I don't know if Joe's going to walk out or if he's going to shake a hand. Good on Hangman. Like, oh, here we go. Please turn heel. Ops turn heel. Let's go. Or are we just going to get a handshake? Shut the music off, you jackasses. There's a moment here. Hangman makes a great understock story. He's great for the chase, but when he has the belt, he needs somebody else to carry it. Yeah. Heel turn. Let's go. Let's go. This crowd is as light. This crowd is as loud as it's been all night. Folks, I think we found a rematch. Oh no. This just got a whole lot more interesting. And this actually helps the Hurt Syndicate, too. Muscle Buster on the title. Shh. For those that don't know the history of the Muscle Buster, that's the move that took Tyson Kidd out of wrestling. Joe wants that title. I am loving this. Well, at least it's going to be easy to see who you're going to cheer for at for that trios match between the Hurt Syndicate and the Ops, right? This also could give a few weeks with Hangman not around. Heel Joe is the best Joe, though. You got to admit that more than anything else. Heel Joe is the best Joe. Because he just plays just that asshole so well. Heel Joe is Joe in his natural state. Absolutely. At least they're not going to play the stretcher for him here, so. As they're. See, now if you want to be an asshole, have MJF come out and cash in and say he's going to come in on Wednesday and win it. That would be the story right now. He's going to get a title shot sooner than later, I think. That might be your main event for All In, or for Full Gear. Oh, goody. Mercedes gets a promo now. Finally, they're pulling the trigger on this. They're already announcing Full Gear sponsored by DC. Let's go. Oh, so they're literally not even wasting time. They're doing the trios. They're going to do a trio title flip. I almost guarantee it. And Joe will absolutely lose his mind when they lose the title. Okay. So Bandito, who has basically one arm, taking on Okada for a title. Okay. All right. Well, while they're doing the promo segment for this, I want to give a quick rundown of what we're doing here for the next week on the channel. Tomorrow I will be here finishing off Mutant Football League, the regular season part with the Snuffalo Thrills. We're one game over 500 heading into the playoff, or with 4 weeks to go, looking for a playoff spot. We might get it, we might not. I don't know. It's an iffy thing here. No stream Monday, TBA Tuesday, Wednesday. We're going to be back once again with AEW Dynamite with all this craziness going on. We'll talk about the fallout. Then as well, we'll have our online My GM mode. which once again we did run a bit last night. That'll be up on the YouTube channel. Probably Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, one or the other. It'll be up for you. Thursday we will be here, TBA. Oh, Jesus. Nick, my favorite East Coaster who needs to tap out on something like this tonight. How you doing, friend? Now, I have to ask you. We've been talking about this on the channel here. Things are going good. We're enjoying it tonight. Getting ready for the main event. I was going through a rundown of what I'm doing here on the channel the next week. For those that are new here, my name's Mike, variety streamer, Mike the Ref, former referee, former pro wrestling commentator. We're here for every AEW Dynamite Collision and pay-per-view. We stick it out through the whole thing, unfortunately. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. I get it. So, one quick question before you tap out here, Nick. Has this crowd just been dead? Or is it because they don't have anything worth cheering about that they've been so quiet? What's your opinion? Crowd's been so, yeah. We've been tossing it back and forth to determine whether it's been the actual crowd or just the build up to the card, because the card has not been spectacular overall. The matches have been good. Don't get me wrong. They've been absolutely great, but it's just the crowd. When you have your champion having to flag the questions up, matches have been fire, especially the tags. Tags have been the best part. Yeah. I will say that, yeah, I'll agree. But these wrestling cities are just, like, I almost feel like doing a video about it, but I don't feel like catching the heat from everybody that lives in one of these major cities. So, I do have some other videos that I do have planned, which, fuck. Well, you talk about what happened in Chicago for their last run. And a lot of these regular cities are just not doing it. Oh, and the other question, do we see a gun tonight? Because I almost have a feeling we will have a gun. Who cares about people's... I care a little bit about people's opinions, you know. I don't need to be solely canceled on certain stuff, but... For those that... plenty of guns in St. Louis. Yeah, I just don't know how this one's going to end. This is going to be nuts. But, Nick, there will be a gun, probably. Yeah. What do you do from here? You've already lit the guy on fire and they won't give up. I still say Renee might end up being involved. As crazy as it sounds. You put Renee in there. I know people are talking about Bryan Danielson. They're talking about Sting. And just things that Mox has to do, right? To end it. It's going to have to be a psychological I quit. It's not going to be a physical one. Unless they do the lame-ass thing that, you know, have the ref stop it because the guy can't respond, period. But, Nick, don't let me forget, I got to talk to you about 2K25 stuff. I got something coming up here in January that I need a little bit of assistance out of here from you on a couple fronts. Long story short, we're looking to start Backbreaker Wrestling in January. So I was talking with Nats about possibly getting his character and, of course, yourself as well. So see if I can get a way to download your stuff here and use it a little bit. We're starting to come up with ideas forward. I'm basically waiting until January because I need to generate some characters and I have to get the graphics done for the ring and such. So, but yeah, if you got to tap out, feel free. I don't feel obligated to be here. This is gonna be nuts, and you're probably gonna see me cringe all over the place. Nick Ontario. I'll get a hold of you because there might be a way to get some tags and stuff to make it a little easier to get everybody. So. But yeah, this is going to be an insane finish here, folks. So, oh yeah, I'll reach out. I know you got your, was it KVC? That's what it is. KVC Wrestling. You doing that tomorrow, or are you running that? Or you just ran it yesterday? I think it's tomorrow actually. So tomorrow night, yeah, I remember it. I got a lot of stuff rattling up here, but I do remember stuff. I'm like for those that are old here, I'm like Cliff Clavin. If you ever watch Cheers, I remember a lot of stupid stuff that people should remember, but the important stuff, forget it. But yeah, folks, if you want to sit here and watch somebody get really cringe about this stuff, yeah, definitely stick around because, well, this match is going to get gross. I hope everybody's enjoyed Wrestledream for the most part. I know we crapped upon the crowd, but in terms of the matches, they've been a hell of fine here. So Darby's starting with the flag. So, funny story if you guys haven't read it yet. Darby Allin actually skateboarded on favorite night has been Brodito versus Okada and Takeshita. I would say that'd probably be the best story for the night. I think the heel turn with the Ops might be my pop moment of the night. Because it's something that's different, right? Like we almost expected. We almost expected the Brodito to win that one. I'm probably the only person in the world that thought Mercedes might lose that title so that she would get the record off of Statlander. I was saying Shibata as a heel would be interested with the voice thing. To be honest, I don't think Shibata says a word now until he turns face again. Is there any reason for him really to say anything? That cool assassin never said anything. He just beat the shizzing out of people in those movies, right? It's what I thought of Takeshita when he did. Just go out there and beat people up. And Hobbs and Joe can do all the talking. You know Hobbs can. You know Joe can. That's just a given. Hobbs is a very underrated speaker. But folks, who in a stable needs to talk when you have Joe? Exactly, Zodiac. You got it bang on. You got Joe, you got Hobbs. Like, he speaks for all of us. So, question for, oh God. Joe's the best talker at AEW? Yeah, I would go with that. Joe reminds me a lot of the 80s promos from a heel. He just gets out there and makes his statement and goes absolutely freaking nuts. All right. Just a quick question about this match. I do have to ask you guys. What's the craziest thing we're going to see tonight? What's the craziest thing we're going to see in this match? Because we already know that Darby's bleeding. And he might have a dislocated jaw. Might have a ruptured eardrum. Marina's wearing red because she knows what's coming. But no, in terms of talkers, like MJF is good when you put him on a time limit. You give MJF a 5-minute promo, he may be one of the best in AEW. He'd be right up there with Samoa Joe. You give him 10 minutes, he seems to flutter off. And that's something when you're newer in the business, right? Like Joe's got how many years? Like 20, 25? We were actually talking about this earlier in the show. It's actually pretty amazing that there's a high possibility that by the end of 2027, many people's favorite match in AEW, many people's favorite match, whether your favorite is Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joe, or AJ Styles, all three of them could be absolutely gone. Sorry, I just got a notification there, so. Oh, before everybody disappears, just a quick heads up. We have set it up that gift subs 5 or more are 35% off for the remainder of the show tonight. So if you want to help support the stream, feel free. No obligation whatsoever, but it would be appreciated. As we're starting to bring out the spikes, I knew I wasn't going to like this. Fucking skewers. You sick F. Oh, here we go. One figure at a time. Gun would be all, yeah, like, he's ripping off a fingernail. God damn it. This is freaking gross. Hey. Ugh. Like, Darby's just worried about putting his... Yeah, just... Well, let's put it this way. I can't go to bed right away because if the last thing you see when you go to bed sort of, sums things up, that's going to... You know what's going to happen. Oh. I've never been a fan of this kind of match. I understand these matches. I understand this is the right match for this feud. It still doesn't make me feel any better about seeing it. Like, I've always been a very big proponent of Darby's literally doing moves just to get his fingers back in order. Just so he can get time to do that. But I've never been a fan of violence for violence sake. Like the CZWs where they just do like a tournament of death just to see who's a champion. They're willing to put themselves through death matches just for the hell of it. I've never been a fan of it. And it's sort of a microcosm of my play calling career that my last major show I did, I walked out on a death match calling it. I let Boris take care of it. Clandestine Society. It's on the channel, folks, if you want to see it. I have no reason to be a part of something like that unless there's a story involved. And let's face it, this has been a 1-year story. Literally 1 year. If you think about it. Because wasn't it this time last year or was it 2 years ago that Moxley won the title from Danielson and started this whole thing? This is how Hangman won the world title. He's not doing it, nope. Thumb to the eye, of course. Hey, Brian, how you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. We're getting grossed out right now because this is really insane. The show overall, like the matches have been fine. It's just, I'm sorry to harp on this because I know I shouldn't. And I know we were talking about the quality of the match. The quality of the build-up just hasn't been there for a lot of them. And Marina just killed Darby again. Coffin drop on the side of the freaking apron. Jesus. But this crowd, up until this match, it's been like herding cats to try to get them to get excited about anything. The first match, they were fine. The pre-show, they were okay. The Tekla and Jamie Hayter match, they were okay. And then it just seemed to... Well, the quality of the match is like the fact that we now have 11 belts Monet official. It's in St. Louis. Yeah. It's in the secondary arena in St. Louis. And also remember, and this is a point we brought up before, this is the arena that they originally had booked for Orton and Bourne for NXT, where they had to shrink it down to a lower size because the ticket sales were sucky. Like with all due respect, St. Louis is turning into a... And Zodiac made a very good point about it. Is it that this may not necessarily be the city? It's the fact that the fans need to know there's a reason to cheer here. Like they have to have some reason to get behind everyone. And this match here is the only match that we've really had those high stakes. The other ones we sort of knew that Hangman was going to win. We knew that Brodito was going to win. They popped at the moment where the actual near turning point sort of showed up. Yeah, nobody has a clue how this is going to end. Very good point, Zodiac. Like, this literally could go either way. This literally could be death. This literally could be somebody dying in the ring. Joe Turney got more of a pop than the entire match. That's exactly what it's talking about. Like, Zodiac's bang on here. Like, we've been talking about this all night. Like, the fact that everybody expected everything. Like, in terms of predictions, Renee's going to be involved. I don't know if it's going to be Renee. I don't know if it's going to be Sting. I don't know if it's going to be Danielson. Because the fact that it is Wrestledream sort of makes me think Danielson might get involved here. Because even if Danielson tells Darby to quit, oh, for 5 cents, Darby's bleeding on the back. Danielson isn't... Well, I think he knows he can't be partial here. He said that more than once. Oh, my God. Darby saying, thank you, sir. May I have another? For 5 cents. Jesus. And my feed literally stopped there. Somebody pulled a cord. Have you guys been having problems with the feed all night? The feed literally went pink. Oi. I hope they bring it back. I don't know what to say, chat. I got literally nothing right now. Are you guys seeing everything going on here, or did they literally get pulled off the air? Like, I wish I could show you exactly what's on my TV right now, but I have to turn it, so. It's almost like the RTC decided to show up and just. Tony Khan's going to have some explaining to do. Just when Darby was getting like the 12 lashes in the ring. Prime Video. Sorry if this is not exactly the best. Darby just covered Mox later. Death Riders run in. Mox has a taser. You're making all this shit up. I almost guarantee it. Just a frick with me here. Mox is Sharky. Oh, God. I don't know what to say, chat. Like, I'm trying to help, but. Nick, are you seeing what's going on here, or is it. Like, if this is really happening, I just fucking can't believe this right now. I just put out a post on X about what my screen looks like right now. Your feed's good. What are you watching it on? Triller for you? Butt kiss. Yeah, Bray. Samoa Joe has always been a heel. He just stepped up here at this point. Like, my feed literally stopped when they fell out of the ring, when Darby fell out of the ring after the belt shots. Oh my God. Really? Amazon's going to have some certain explaining to do on this one. And I'm seeing a lot of people actually brought this. Oh God. Bet AEW will post the whole match because of this? Well, we'll see. Mox suplexes Darby through through tables. Moxley gets... Oh, God. Ah, jeez. I bet you my feed's done for the night. I'll almost guarantee it. Yeah. I love how Amazon Help is like, oh, we'll go to our emergency page. We'll let you know. No, you fucking fix this. Their automatic filling system here. Jesus. I'm just seeing clips right now of everything going on. Ugh. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it somewhere here. This is really fucking disappointing, with all due respect. Sorry to let you guys down here in terms of the comments here. I appreciate you guys bringing up that's true. That's what I'm probably going to end up having to do right now. They have a 10-gallon aquarium in the ring. You know what they're going to do? They're going to shock them. They're literally going to try and shock him right now. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking through different channels to see if I can find one here. Drag Darby into it. Big Lebowski. Oh, Jesus. All right, Nats, you have yourself a good night. Yeah, Sting would have to come out. This is where... That's how you're going to have it end here. Night, Nats. Hopefully we can see you tomorrow with some Mutant Football League. We'll be running that early afternoon. I'm listening to a German broadcast of this right now. Yeah, this went. I'm with you, Zodiac. Like, the way it's sounding right now, it's just literally gone from just torture porn just for the hell of it. Yeah, I would think Sting's probably going to be the guy that gets caught, and then that's when Darby's going to have to tap out. Yeah, and Nick, we were talking about that earlier. Like, I don't like death matches one bit unless there's a story behind it. And this is about as close to a story as they were going to get. Real glass. Oh, there's absolutely real glass. That is a problem now. Real glass everywhere. Don't. Punk, better hide. Okay, so we've had a coffin drop and we've had a scorpion death drop on the glass. And Mox gives up. Yeah. Moxley needs time off now. All right. Well, I am going to give some serious shit to AEW after this. What a freaking match. All right. I'm gonna force myself to rewatch it later and just give you my thoughts at the end of it, but having Sting come out is something I sort of expected. Having I knew Sting would have to be involved one way or the other. I thought that Sting would have to be. It's either Sting, Renee, or Bryan Danielson. And Danielson feels like he really, when he's out there, he doesn't seem to enjoy the bias. Like, he has a real bias against Moxley, but he doesn't feel like getting involved in it in some way that makes a lot of sense there. But, yeah, just how everything lined up there. Scorpion death drop on the aquarium. I thought they literally were going to put, like, the toaster in the Scorpion death drop. Nice nod to Sting, but honestly, a boring finish in terms of an I Quit match. Yeah, but really, what do you do? With Moxley, what do you do? Like, for an I Quit match, the only thing I could think of is if you do the death lock and then you start raking the glass on his back. Maybe, or something like that. The Bulldog on Mox. Do you think Darby's skinny arms would be the ones to wrap things up there? I don't know. I think it's very apropos that Darby used the what does he use a yeah, and well, he used the AEW flag before. So basically, all the three keys that you want in a main event match like this, it just didn't happen. That feels very apropos for what we've been dealing with here. Honestly, like, as we're looking at this, that seems very apropos. we were looking for, and they literally just cut the feed off. Oh, this is going to be, I'm going to get my ass on Amazon tomorrow to deal with it. This pisses me off. I'm sorry, royally pisses me off. Because you pay $60 for a show, and the people that get it for free end up getting it better off than what I did here. But yeah, tonight, yeah, and Zodiac, you summed it up. And you know what, in many ways, this is, and don't get me wrong, I'll sum this up quick, because we've been at this for, well, now we're hitting 5 hours and 36 minutes that we've been here. So I'll wrap this up quick. We're going to raid out here and get things moving here. My personal feelings on this tonight, this is probably the most mid, you know, after, for those that have watched wrestling in the past, you know, you watch those shows where you have WrestleMania and then you have the Backlash show that you really don't expect a lot to happen, but you have to have these matches to just get through it so you have another pay-per-view. In many ways, this feels like it. Going into it, I felt that the Hurt Syndicate and the Demand were in many ways like that, because it literally is the same match as before. We did get a similar result to the last time they had the trios match on a pay-per-view. The only difference is now they get to take on the Ops, which has a completely different dynamic following that heavyweight title match. I hope the Hurt Syndicate, I got a feeling it's not. But the only difference is the Hurt Syndicate's going to have the titles. And that's going to be a way to swap the titles from the Ops to the Demand. I honestly feel they lose the trios titles on any Swerve Hangman match makes that look like a joke. The Punk McIntyre cage match is what you should be expecting here. Instead, it felt like a special Dynamite. Yeah. How much you want to bet they ran long? And it was, I think that's what happened with Amazon, because it happened exactly at 10:15. They went 4 hours and 15 minutes and the feed was just gone. They didn't hit end. And it just cycled on that last screen there. I'd almost guarantee that's what happened, but that's something we're going to have to worry about, you know. Eventually I'm going to see what happened there. I'll give you my gross out reactions and whatnot, but looking at the rest of the card, like Monet and Shirakawa was a good match. I just really hate seeing that the Ultimo Dragons record gets broken on an interim title. I think it would have been a lot more opportune to have Shirakawa win the TBS title, have Monet win the WPW championship tomorrow to get the record back up to where it needs to be. And she's so pissed off at Statlander for stealing her spotlight. That's where she breaks the record with the AEW Women's Championship. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Don't get me wrong, the match was good. It's just the results for everything here tonight. I'd like to go back and check online with a lot of people and see what the results for tonight were, because I think there might only be one or two that might be out for most people. And I've harped on here, and for those that have checked out my streams, once again, if you're not following, if you're not subscribed, please do. And we watch every Dynamite, Collision, pay-per-view when I get a chance to see it. Whenever we get into these situations where we know who's going to win, like, let's face it, most of these matches, we were pretty solid. Like, we knew Fletcher was going to beat Briscoe. We knew that more than likely Statlander was going to beat Storm. We knew that we're going to. Am I bad for saying is that all? No, not at all. We're talking about this here. Like, the match equality overall wasn't bad. That main event, just from what I've read and what I got to hear, because all I did was grab another stream's audio because Amazon decided to tap out a quarter after the hour. That last match, and Zodiac named it perfectly here in the chat. Swerve Hangman, Punk McIntyre, like, those are I Quit matches. Those are the matches you want to have for if you're going to put that to the main event. Like, if you're going to do it, do it. You had some very good. If it wasn't for this craptastic ending, you literally had some great storylines coming out of this show. You got Samoa Joe turning heel with the Ops. You got the Okada Takeshita. You pulled the trigger on that. And you got Monet Statlander sort of setting up. You got Mina and Toni with that promo. You're sort of setting up the tag tournament. If they put those two in the tag tournament, I'll be fine with that. Put them there, let them run. Don't let them get the titles. But let them work together. That's fine. Heyman and Mox was so much worse, but to add Darby to an I Quit match and his opponent quit from a submission, what were you going to do? Kinsey Kid, I have to ask him. This is saying I want to ask everybody in the chat. How would you have booked the finish of this match? Because myself personally, that's the biggest dilemma we had, and that was the most intriguing thing that we had going into this match, is the fact we really didn't know how it was going to finish. The problem is, I don't think Tony Khan knew how to finish it. You know when you start doing something and you start rolling with it and it starts going out of control, and then you really don't know how to finish it, and you're just like, that's it? That's the ultimate.
What the hell is that?
It's very, very frustrating when you have something just thrown at you. And I'm sorry that I'm ranting, but this is important to me, and I know I got an ad break, so I'm definitely going to wait through it. I really think Mox should have won in this bloody fashion, build open blood and guts with AEW OGs destroying the Death Riders. Now we got to think about blood and guts for the men. Like, I almost feel a match like this, and we can go back to that Bucks versus Jurassic Express thing. And it sort of breaks down that I think with Mox losing this match and the Death Riders getting worked over, we literally have just confirmed that the Death Riders will not be a part of Blood and Guts. I think we've officially declared that Blood and Guts is going to be the Don Callis family against Omega, Jurassic Express, and most likely the Bucks. For everything that happened with that storyline, it looks like the Bucks are going to be 4 and 5 on the other side versus 5 members of the Callis family. And it's easy to do with the Callis family because they got about 6,000 members. So they could pick their strong ones here, right? Very underwhelming. I Quit match considering both of these dudes have done in the past and one of the talents from the usual pay-per-view. Yeah. Not even sure. I'm fine with Darby winning, but it's more Mox got lighter fluid and that's it, you know. Basically, this ending here, and this pretty much sums it up for me in terms of the best way to describe this ending to this match and I hate to say this because I love Jon Moxley. I love what Jon Moxley is as a character. I love how the storyline has progressed with Jon Moxley throughout the entire storyline. I understand how, like we were talking WWE wise, John Cena said he wanted to ruin wrestling. Moxley was showing how you ruin AEW. And he was doing it on purpose. Having Moxley has had a problem once he's got into those positions where, all right, the talk is done, and now we have a very major part of this story that we need to finish. His finishes with Joe and whatnot are horrible. His match with Joe was horrible. Swerve, the finish, it was starting to get Roman Reigns-y. We all know about what happened with Cope at Revolution and the big controversy about the Hollywood ending and whatnot there. And it gets frustrating at that point, just sitting there trying to figure out what they were trying to do on that. And Kenzie Kidd, I'll tell you, there's an easy thing to do with Moxley right now. Give him the vacation he was supposed to have. For all these times he was supposed to have a vacation, he never got it. Now it feels like it was a big thing for Sting and that was all. Well, to be honest, Wrestledream was actually set up, and Omega showed it off after the match there as they were going up the ramp. This is supposed to be a tribute show to Antonio Inoki, and I guarantee you during the press conference, TK is going to mention that. But, yeah, it's... Moxley, I honestly feel he needs to go away for a little bit. Maybe not forever. Maybe not, like, don't get me wrong, he's not leaving AEW at all. But if that's going to be the ending and that's how he's going to end it, after the bravado and the chutzpah that he had before, I honestly feel there's one or two things that need to happen. One, Mox needs to go away for a little bit. And the second one we talked about earlier in the stream, which, by the way, thank you to those who have been here throughout the entire 548 that we've been on right now. The other thing I think they really need to do right now, we need a Death Riders 2.0. We need... Moxley needs to be taken out of the faction. I do believe that. If you can bring him out on Wednesday to explain what happened and the Death Riders just... Yuta has been the one that's been pushing things lately. And this goes back to something that Zodiac was mentioning earlier in the chat about Yuta possibly being the new leader of the Death Riders. I think there might be a possibility that with Claudio not getting any support last week in his match, Pac just wanting to run rough shit on everybody and Moxley holding him back, Garcia starting to see his full potential, and Yuta being the politician that he is, there very well could be a possibility that the other Death Riders turn on Mox. Maybe even Marina could be an iffy one way or the other. Whether you have Marina maybe pulling the strings, whether you have Yuta pulling the strings. But I don't know if having Mox as the leader of the Death Riders after what happened in this match is really going to be beneficial at this point. It almost feels like it's necessary to... I think Mox and the Death Riders gimmick... You can be the big baddie until you get punched in the mouth. And then you got to do something about it. And when you don't do something about it, and the way that it goes out like this, it's almost like a point of no return. It really, like, I'll be honest, I haven't seen it myself. Once again, I'll just remind you, hopefully Amazon gets it back up on the feed or TK does something about it. He was nice enough to fix the Ring of Honor feed, but I love people responding to my post to Amazon and TK about this. They're basically saying, because Amazon responded and said, here, go through these steps. It's 5:46 a.m. God damn. Thanks, Kenzie. We're going to be here tomorrow with some Mutant Football League, but we'll definitely be here for Dynamite on Wednesday. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody being here. Yeah, I'm watching this and I'm just seeing everybody just. Ugh. Life in the UK is hard I absolutely understand completely. And people are really enjoying I'm loving when people are talking about, was this show worth picking up? Yes. I still think the quality of the wrestling was worth the $60 I paid. The production, I have bitched about this since their inception. Whether it be the camera work, the audio work. Tonight, it's the goddamn feed on Amazon. They've been promoting this Amazon feed for so long and just, ugh. Have yourself a great night, Kenzie Kid. Thank you for the follow again, and hope you enjoy life in the community here. Join the Players Club. So, now on the road to Blood and Guts. Yeah, how much of a road do we really have to get on? We got, what? One Dynamite, 25th, 2nd. We got 3 weeks. We got 3 weeks to get there. It's not going to be that hard to build it up right now, Bray. And yeah, that's the next thing we're looking at. But we also got to remember, a week and a half after that is AEW Full Gear in New Jersey. The 23rd is, the 12th is Blood and Guts. The 23rd is Full Gear. We got a lot of shit to get through here. The Blood and Guts match, I think, is pretty, like I said, it's pretty much set at this point. We got Kenny, we got Jurassic Express, we got the Callis family on the other side, and it probably looks like we're going to get the Bucks, because the Bucks have never missed a Blood and Guts match. So that's your 5-on-5 there. On the women's side, we're looking at the Triangle of Madness and the FTR Gods, the Gods version. Ivy and Harley. Yes, if you watch the show tonight, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And Zodiac, just to remind everybody. Taking on the team of Queen Aminata. M200 Ghostly, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Players Club. Welcome to the Players Pit. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the company. Watch out for the punch because it might have been spiked. Yeah, we got on the other side, we got Queen Aminata. We got Willow, Harley. We got to think about the two others. Would it be Toni and Mina? I don't know. With Jamie's there. So who's your other one? I'm sure they're going to find one. It's just which one fits in perfectly with this setup, I don't know. I don't think you put Stat there because now Stat, they're pulling the card of Stat and Monet, which they've already played that card about getting the world title, and that fell through. Swear if Mercedes wins versus Kris, what are we doing? I'm going to be honest with you right now. After a match like tonight, I almost want to give AEW a pass. I don't want to give AEW a pass. I want to give Statlander a pass on this one. Because, well, to put it bluntly, that St. Louis crowd was absolute garbage. Garbage. for the majority of the night. And I know that kind of crowd because that's the kind of crowd that we, like in Edmonton, I know that's the kind of crowd we have. The only difference is if you go to an Edmonton crowd and wrestlers do stuff, the crowd at least gets into it. Here tonight, the wrestlers get into stuff. The crowd sits on their hands until they know it's the part of the match where they're actually going to get near the ending. And in terms of storytelling, you can sort of figure out where that ending's coming. The crowd vibe starts to kick in. When your world champion has to constantly go like this, and I'm talking about Hangman Page, you go back and watch that video and watch how many times he has to go to the crowd to try and fire him up. Your world champion should never have to fire up the crowd like that during a match. That many times. Couple, okay. But it seemed like he was doing it every minute of that match. And I get it. Two faces. Joe's a face, Hangman's a face. Joe's an asshole, but people still love him. Hangman is your underdog baby face who won the title. Yeah, Blood and Guts is in Greensboro, so November 12th. So who knows what they're going to do to set... All right, you have yourself a good night, Zodiac. Yeah, we're going to... I know I'm ranting here a little bit. I might actually have to do a full video on this after, because I am absolutely pissed about, well, I was doing okay until the last 15 minutes my freaking feed died. Now let's get those gloves, throw them in the water, hit the lighter fluid. Lord knows I could burn something better than they did in this match. Not that I wanted to see anybody lit on fire, but at least give me something. Like, piece of choke. In the words of a famous wise man, choking on my own rage here. Yeah, that feed, I'll be honest, I want my money back. This might be one of the first times that I demand I want my money back. I'm not a fan of blood and guts matches, but the fact that I didn't get to see the finish, when I'm doing a stream and I literally have to listen to somebody, I was actually watching a German feed that had the audio on for the match. That's how I finished watching that match. If you guys came in late, yeah. I wish I would have kept the name of it so I could give him credit during the stream here for having it up. But then he'd probably get flagged for DMCA, so I don't even want to mention it. That's why you normally don't hear the audio on here, because AEW has physically been in the stream checking things out to make sure that there is no feed going on here. So I'm always on my toes dealing with all this stuff. But the biggest thing, and I guess I can sum it up with this right now. And feel free, if anybody else has any comments that they want to bring up about tonight's show, feel free to throw them in. We will chat about them as we go here, because I'm more than willing to discuss this show. I'm more than willing to bring this up later if you want to. So, AEW never has a problem. Yeah, break. It was there was some very good moments, some very funny moments. The fact that they had the Broke Bucks whole thing up there was really funny. It got everybody in a good mood about the match and everything with it. And people were into that match. Like, the wrestling in AEW is never the problem. The actual physical wrestling has never been a problem in AEW. I think pretty much throughout the show tonight, every match here had a good match involved. I will say Hangman did look like he had an off night, and that was more apropos with the fact that moonsault that he tried to hit, he missed it by a good 2 feet. The only thing that saved it is the camera work for us. Crowd didn't bite on it. And when you have the caliber of wrestling that you do at AEW, you can never feel really bad about the show. But the crowd had so much to do with it tonight on the early part, and then the feed at the end. Like, I'm sorry. When you go to a show, I don't want to. You can do whatever you want. You could twiddle your thumbs. You could tell somebody to screw off. But when you have a caliber of a show like an AEW show, and you know you're going to an AEW show, and there's 6,000 people there, like, if it's a crowd of 900, if it's like one of those special shows, the interim shows, yeah, wouldn't surprise me one bit if that was the case there, Bray. So, if you're going to an AEW show and there's 6,000 of you there and they're not giving a reaction, there needs to be questions why that happened. Is it the product? To an extent, I think a lot of people, like Zodiac brought it up earlier, and I want to give him all full credit for this. When you know that every result's going to be X and Y, and they're not doing much to prove otherwise, it feels like you're not giving the crowd a reason to get behind anybody, to feel that you're going to get to there. But even so, there's still got to be a certain level of give a shit by the crowd. And it just wasn't there. Is it the match's fault? Who knows? Is it the booking's fault? Possibly. Is it the crowd's fault? Maybe. When the last time we heard any resonance of AEW at a pay-per-view, and the fact it was the crowd at Crown Jewel after the show chanting John Moxley, chanting MJF, chanting We Want Edge, and then going into a Metalingus core right behind Triple H when he's trying to do a post-show interview. And everybody's talking about AEW. And we have this, you don't get publicity like that every day, folks. And the fact that people get interested on these shows, and the fact that you've been developing some decent story, I'm not going to say great, but decent storylines on your TV, to come out and have everybody see this. Everybody sees the good matches, but they also see everybody sitting on their hands. I don't want to say the fans have a responsibility to hype up the show, but I sure as hell want the fans to show up and actually do something when something good happens. Do I let the wrestling off the hook? Hell no. They got to do a better job to make us feel like there's going to be title changes. They got to do better to make sure that results don't feel so determined and exact. And it almost feels like we're going to have to see what happens. And yeah, Bray, you're bringing it up. We're going from St. Louis to San Antonio. And San Antonio, that is the home where we had, well, Arlington was the home of the first in-service we had, which was absolutely amazing. San Antonio's a little bit out of there, but it's still a very big hotbed for wrestling. So hopefully Dynamite's going to be a little bit more special than what we got from the response tonight. Overall tonight, I'm not going to say we shouldn't have bought the show, because I definitely feel like we should have. I just want my damn feed to work. Is that too much to ask? Is that really too much to ask? That's all I really want. I want my feed to work. I want some good matches. The crowd, if they're not into it and the matches are good, then fine. Thank you for preaching wrestling as a whole and missing a beat. I've never been less invested. Well, yeah, and Nats, I'm not saying that I'm not invested in AEW. In WWE, I'm even invested a little bit for some of the stuff that's going on. But as we're going through it right now, They got some work to do to get to Full Gear. That's the best way to sum it up. They have some work to do. Worst show of the year for AEW. So, yeah, that bar is high, but you could definitely say. Thought tonight was good as a whole. Just felt like it was missing. So absolutely, I would say that. In my opinion, in terms of this is the first time that I've honestly felt that an AEW show was a B show. Which Wrestledream technically really is in their schedule. It is a B show. I felt it was a B show tonight. You could really feel that it was a B show. But I think with that, I'm going to wrap things up here because, well, I'm at 6:06. I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to say glorify Collision because I actually like Collision. I think tonight was the best example I can give. It's probably the third week of it was the third. Remember that last week of Chicago when they were running that venue for 3 weeks in a row? And that third week, it seemed like everybody was dead outside of the Athena Toni Storm era there. I would say that would probably be the closest thing I would say to what it was there tonight. It almost felt like the crowd was privileged to have wrestling, and they didn't really enjoy what they saw, which is fair on them, but I'll leave it at that. I'm going to send you guys off. For those on YouTube, we're going to wrap things up here real quick. For those on Twitch, I'm going to guys send you over to Fightful, let you talk to SRS and let you talk to Nat's favorite guy when it comes to wrestling coverage. I'm going to be back on tomorrow with Mutant Football League, and then I'll be back on Wednesday with AEW Dynamite, and let's see if we can fork together something a little bit easier here and make things work. You like SRS now? All right, well, that's even better here. So, but yeah, I'm going to go yell at Amazon, so I need to get out of here. Let's get the outro going here. For those on YouTube, once again, thank you for being here. For those on Twitch, once again, thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Fancy Kid, M200 Ghostly, thank you for the follows. Whether you've been lurking, whether you've been watching, whether you've been chatting, whether you've been quiet, or whether you're just trying to enjoy your life, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the solution. And always remember, folks, be part of the solution, don't be part of the problem. Next time.